Morning, Stan. I can see you, Stan. Can't hear you yet.
I have my mic off. Sorry about that.
Yeah, cool. Works all right. Bobby just joined. Morning, Bobby. Bobby, you want to check your mic real quick?
Thanks, 2, 3.
It's coming in with a bit of a lag, but we can hear you. Morning, Jeanette. Can see you, Jeanette, but can't hear you yet. If you want to test that real quick.
Can you hear me now?
All is well. Thank you. Good morning.
Awesome. Morning.
Is Bennett on there?
That is Bennett. Yes.
Yeah.
Do you want to see Bennett?
Yeah.
Who's that?
Hi, it's Siobhan. Hi, Bennett.
Oh, hey, Siobhan.
Nice
Good
to
to
finally
see
meet you.
Yeah, nice to finally see you in person. Someday in real person, that it will be.
Someday.
Oh.
Cool. All right.
Oh, I do every sesh.
Turn.
It gets me through.
Morning, Meg, Jackie, and Steve.
Morning.
Hi there. We can hear you. Steve and Meg can't yet hear you. Oh, there you go.
It says that you've stopped it.
Steve, I can hear you, but I can't see you yet.
Yeah, what do I hit on this?
There should be a button at the bottom that says Start Video. Bobby, you're having some streaming strength issues, it seems. You might want to keep your video off and try just speaking. Steve, we can. Oh, there you are, Steve. Hello.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yep, can hear you. See you fine, Steve. It looks sunny where you are.
Got a sunny window.
I don't want to see where Steve is if it's sunny. I just don't want to see.
It's in the Berkshires, actually.
Oh, nice.
Nice. Jennifer, we can hear you, but we can't see you. I don't know if that's by design.
Do you see me?
Oh, there you are.
Yeah.
Bobby, do you want to just try your test of audio?
Your video?
No, the audio. Just if you want to give me a little test.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4.
All right, you're coming through now. Yeah.
Okay.
Dude.
Wait, unplug this.
Meg.
Hello.
Good morning. And let's see, Jackie is with us. We're waiting for Felipe, Marco, and James. Is that correct? And
I believe so.
okay, and all are expected?
Yes.
Okay.
Marco's having trouble with the link, so we'll help him figure that out.
Yeah, working on it.
You're working on it?
Yep.
I will add, I had
Excellent.
problems
Thank you.
getting early also.
Morning, James.
Good morning. Did I do this right?
We can hear you, and there you are. Can see you.
Yeah. Hi, I'm in.
Welcome.
Morning, James.
Good morning.
Morning, James. The small
morning,
joys in life.
Good morning.
Let's see, we're still awaiting Marco and Felipe.
I think. Here comes Marco.
Okay, good deal.
Let me check on Felipe.
Let's give it one more minute, and if they're not here, he's not here, then we'll go ahead and begin. Good to see you all.
You say so?
Jennifer, he's having trouble. Felipe's having trouble, so we'll work with him if you want to get started.
Very good. All right, well, let's begin. And is the public meeting open? All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm calling to order the meeting to order. The New York City Board of Corrections meeting for March 9th, 2021 is now in session. Our scheduled business will start by voting on the draft February 9th, 2021 board meeting minutes, which board members have already received. I would like a motion to vote to approve the minutes.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Any edits or debate concerning any of the issues that are presented? I mean, the minutes. Hearing none, by show of hands, all in favor of the minutes, voting to approve them? Any opposed? The minutes are approved. So today, the board will take up a number of critical issues, including a vote on the board's proposed restrictive housing rule, which will govern the use of disciplinary housing in the jail system. This proposed rule would eliminate solitary confinement in the New York City jails. The vote today is a vote to begin the CAPA process and open public comment on the proposed rule. It is not a vote on a final rule. And as we saw last year, public input, the public hearings proved very instrumental, essential in bringing us to this point. We've worked closely with stakeholders, experts from across the nation and the city to ensure that the rule we are proposing today meets the board's goal of a humane disciplinary system that prioritizes safety, accountability, transparency, and support. There are several key provisions in this proposed rule. It ends solitary confinement and all other current forms of restrictive housing on November 1st, 2021, and replaces it with Risk Management Accountability System, the RMAS model. RMAS is a 3-level progression model with minimum 10 hours out of cell socializing with at least one other person, individualized behavioral support plans, steady, experienced case managers, periodic reviews by multidisciplinary teams, 5 hours of daily programming, and daily rounding by health and mental health staff. This rule would end the use of routine restraint desks for all by November 1st. It requires the department to use cells for de-escalation confinement after incidents rather than intake areas. It limits scope of lockdowns to only housing areas that must be locked down. And it requires regular and public reporting by the Department of Correction. This proposed rule aims to change the way the department responds to violence. It prioritizes safety and support for all and an environment where behavior change is both possible and rewarded. If the board votes to move the proposed rule forward and into CAPA, the board will hold 2 public hearings in April. The first will be held April 13th, 2021 at 9 a.m. and the second hearing will be held April 14th, 2021 at 6 p.m. The board is holding public hearings during the day and evening, so all who desire to comment will have an opportunity to do so. After this comment period, the board will review all feedback, consider changes to the proposed rule, send a final rule to the law department for certification, publish the final rule, and then hold a vote on the final rule. I want to thank again Vice Chair Stanley Richards, Commissioner Brand, and Just Leadership USA President and CEO Deanna Hoskins for their service to the working group, and COBRA President Benny Basio for his input and contributions over the last several months. I also must thank board members Jackie Sherman, who kicked this off, and Dr. Cohen for their service on the board's rulemaking committee and for their thoughtful insight and input throughout this entire process. And I have to thank the other board members and the staff for their diligent work to help develop this rule. Thank you to the advocates, the people in custody and their families. Your work to push us to do more has been vital, absolutely critical. We value your expertise and your perspective, and we look forward to your input as we finalize this rule. At the February meeting, the board declined to take up the department's variance request to allow young adults to be housed in ESH. The board has long expressed its concerns over the placement of young adults in ESH housing and specifically the use of restraint desks in ESH Level 1. We strongly believe shackling should not be happening in New York City jails. Today, the department is requesting a 1-week variance to end the use of restraint desks. The board does remain concerned about violence in the jails and wants to ensure that all are safe, people in custody and staff. And the board believes that we can work together to create an environment that is both safe and humane. We'll be talking about that variance shortly. We now will have public comment on the board's proposed restrictive housing rule and the department's request for 2 variances, the young adult ESH and commingling. Keeping in mind that this is not the only time you'll have the opportunity to express your concerns, comments, thoughts about restrictive housing rulemaking. This is the first time. 2 other times in April 13th at 9 and April 14th at 6 p.m. I have a list of speakers who've signed up to talk this morning. I'm going to call each person's by name. When you hear your name, please raise your hand using the hand icon below the participants list on your WebEx screen. If you don't see the participants list, click on the silhouette of a person on the menu at the bottom of your screen. Once you open the participants list, you should see the hand icon in order to raise your hand. When you raise your hand, we will unmute you and you will be able to turn on your video. You can then begin your public comment. I will tell you when you have exhausted your 3 minutes to speak, and at that time, we will move to the next speaker. You should limit your comments to the requested variances. And again, note that as we always do, we'll hold a general public comment at the end of this meeting where you can bring up other issues. So let's keep these comments to the restrictive, the proposed rule, and to the 2 variances that are on the table, commingling and ESH. The board also welcomes your written comments, and you can email them to boc@boc.nyc.gov, boc@boc.nyc.gov, or mail your comments to 1 Center Street, room 2213, New York, New York, 10007. I will now call on our first speaker, Mary Lynn Worlas. Mary Lynn Worlas. Okay. I can't tell if it appears she's in the meeting, but is not responding. We'll come back to her. The next person, Darlene McDay. Darlene McDay.
Sorry, Jennifer, this might be an issue on my end. Let me make sure that the raised
Okay.
hand is, yeah, it looks like it should be working.
Is it possible to unmute?
Yeah, let me unmute. Mary Lynn, I'm going to unmute you and you can let me know if there's an issue.
Good morning. This is Mary Lynn.
Good morning.
Does it now work?
We can hear you, so please begin.
Okay, thank you. There seems to be an issue with the raising hand. I'm Mary Lynn Worlas of the Prisoners' Rights Project of Legal Aid. Good morning, everybody. On the variances this morning, the board should deny the variances requested today. And furthermore, the board should issue a notice of violation, holding the department in violation since February 22nd, when it announced it has not been complying with the prior variances. This section of the meeting right now is not just technical, it raises some very stark issues of accountability and legitimacy of this board. Because what's at issue is the Department of Corrections stance declaring that it doesn't even need to abide by the rules decided here today, which is manifest in the claiming of an emergency every day since February 22nd, to allow it to house youth in the ESH. To be clear, this is nothing less than a challenge to the city charter's allocation of authority between this board and mayoral agencies. And even worse, this potential charter crisis is created to prop up the claim that public safety can't be achieved unless Black and brown men are shackled in chains. The board must act swiftly today and now so as not to countenance this repugnant view, and also to right this listing ship of jail governance in the city by issuing a notice of violation to the department for its refusal to abide by the city rules prohibiting placement of young adults in punitive confinement. Any other response today is a mockery of the rulemaking process. When the board allowed ESH to open years ago in the same space as the former Bing, it promised ESH would be different, would not include youth, let alone strap people to furniture. But look what's happened. Inhumane punishment, no end in sight, albeit wrapped up in the verbiage of modern social work speak. Unfortunately, we'll note that the board does not seem to have learned these lessons from ESH and the other mini Bings, because the proposed new rules, about which we promise to speak more next month, over the next month, proclaim a message of victory, but they undermine many of these promises with loopholes and exceptions that swallow the rule. As one example, if, as stated, these rules are intended to abolish restraining individuals to furniture, they do not, in their repeated allowance of shackling, so long as it is, quote, individualized. They speak of clarity and fairness, yet sentence individuals to indefinite punishment. They respond to the rampant inability of this department to control use of force and its staff with 60-day mandatory sentences to punishment of individuals for offenses deemed involving staff, which history has shown is a cover for brutality by the Department of Correction.
Okay,
These rules do not create.
I have it in now, but I thank you. And if you have additional comments, please submit them via email.
Thank you.
Thank you. Darlene McDay. Is she no longer, or that person no longer doesn't?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Please begin.
My name is Darlene McDay. I spoke last month about the variance. I agree with everything that Mary Lynn just said. So I'm asking that you deny that variance once again. And as she said, they're in violation. So I wish that you would issue a violation on them. I know you don't really want us to speak about the rules per se, but I just want to make a quick statement because I am working and I'm not going to be able to stay on long, okay? And I'm sorry I can't speak more intelligently about the rules because it was 116 pages and a lot to go through overnight because they were just, put up yesterday. But I'd like to make a few general statements so that you can think about this over the next few months. DOC has shown time and time again that they are not responsible to do the right thing and they can't be trusted to do the right thing. And the rules are vague and it leaves too much open for their discretion. And DOC has shown once again that they do not have good discretionary skills. And in a perfect world, the officers would follow rules, but we should all know at this point that they don't. Okay. Essentially, it's the equivalent to a bunch of teenagers having a party with drunk parents as their chaperones. Okay, the officers that are in charge do not do the right thing. And then they have a bunch of officers underneath them that don't necessarily do the right thing. And then they all cover for each other. So we cannot pretend and make rules that pretend that they're responsible because that just doesn't work. The board has to do better and have more oversight over the Department of Correction, because the DOC was given a license to kill when the Supreme Court decided to enact qualified immunity. So until they pull in the reins and the Supreme Court does the right thing and abolishes qualified immunity, the board needs to do more and say no. That will no longer let people be abused, that will no longer let people be dehumanized and have them break their spirit, and that will no longer let them kill people. Because my son was killed in prison. And I don't want to see another family go through this. And any rule that allows them to take away someone's support system, someone's family, should not exist. My son had his family taken away for 3 months before he was finally beaten to the point of being unrecognizable in custody. And then the officers all lied. And the DOC knows that they lied. They had a hearing. I don't know what the outcome is because they're still trying to keep that private, but those officers are still working. So they showed that they don't even have the ability to punish their own officers when they know that they lied. How can we stand by a system that we have no control over like that and let them continually over and over again abuse people? Their little kangaroo court that they do in there doesn't give the person an advocate. My son, when he had a supposed infraction, asked for witnesses, he was denied. He asked for help, he was denied. So let's not pretend that they do the right thing. I can't hear you, Jennifer.
Jennifer, you're muted.
It's working. I'm sorry, Ms. McDay. We want to listen to you, but we have to respect the time because we can't give it to everybody. But I do very much appreciate what you're saying. And if there's more that you want to give to us, you're making important, critical points, and I understand them. We have to keep moving. If there's anything that you want to communicate via email, we can follow up, then we can do that. Okay, I appreciate this, and I'm sorry.
I understand that. I just hope that, you guys really, really get it. And, I heard somebody talking previously on another recorded session, and, it all sounded good. But if you have any experience, they don't follow those rules. So you have to make it as tight as possible to make sure that they can't keep on getting away with this, because the courts are not there yet, to protect people. And when you get to that point, I had no protection before the point where my son was killed. Okay? I had no protection before that. And it was just me against them. And they have all the power in the world. And now they want qualified immunity to say that it was okay to do that to my son. And it's not okay. And he begged for his mom. And they said, no, because you're in solitary confinement. You can't call your mom. How could you leave somebody like that? Thank you.
And the next person to speak is Anissa Sabor. Sabor, please forgive me if I've mispronounced your name. Anissa Sabor. Is that person with us?
It was kind of hard to unmute, but good morning. My name is Anissa Sabor. I am a solitary survivor, and I coordinate the Coalition for Women's Prisoners, and I am a member of the Halt Solitary campaign. And I'm leaving my camera off because I'm very emotional, because I don't like speaking after Miss McDay. I am a survivor. Her son didn't survive, and many others didn't survive. And I know that these variances is a bunch of crap. It's just another way to cover up and allow the DOC to be in control of human lives that they don't care about. We are people, and you should not be chaining us and locking us in a cell in a 4x4 for 23 to 24 hours out of a day without any oversight. This board must deny those variances requests. If you allow these variances to go through, the blood will be on your hands. Every board member that's listening to my voice. The mayor has touted us around for the last year and a half, almost 2 years, talking about ending the use of this horrific, torturous practice. I am so appalled at our city right now. I lived through it. Many others could not. We talk about the people who are on our streets committing crimes. Look at their mental health status and what it's done to our young people. 90% of them have been experiencing solitary confinement. Nobody has thought about treatment. We cannot continue this practice. We cannot. If this world is ever to change and to see any good in it, we must begin here in New York City, ending, abolishing, stopping the use of it, especially to our young people. We are supposed to be guiding them in a way that would help them change their behaviors. But no, we put people in charge of them who are criminals their damn selves. 80% of these correction officers that oversee us come from our communities and have committed crimes. And they come into our systems and continue to use that abusive crimes against other people and get away with it. We need to stop it and stop it now. If you guys can't do what the city has put you in charge to do, then the mayor needs to step in and redesign this. City council needs to do what we hired them to do as electeds. We can no longer allow this practice to take place in our jails. And I will not stop using my voice to bring some safety to not only the young people, but to the elders, to the pregnant women, to those with mental health statuses. Rikers must end this practice, and it must end now. I don't care about hearing my voice in April. I'm talking about right now. It's been months since this is supposed to have taken place. Lives are still being lost. And I'm not going to stop speaking for the dead because they can no longer speak for themselves. So I applaud you to do the right thing. I applaud you to use your oversight abilities and your power to stop this horrific practice. Ms. Austin?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Please do not allow the DOC to continue killing our people. Have a good day.
Jennifer Parrish. Jennifer Parrish.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Jennifer Parrish. I'm the Director of Criminal Justice Advocacy at the Urban Justice Center Mental Health Project and a member of the Jails Action Coalition and Halt Solitary campaign. This board's actions are deeply troubling. You owe New York City, especially those incarcerated in the jails, so much better. At last month's meeting, for the first time, you exercised what appeared to be some independence from the department and refused to grant the variance which allows young people to be held in ESH. The people who spoke at that board meeting naively believed that you had finally heard us, that you recognized how harmful shackling a young person to a desk and keeping them isolated from others really is. Now it appears you simply didn't want to support this practice in a public forum. Instead, after the variance expired, you allowed the department to violate the minimum standards day after day without saying a word, and you once again placed the variance request on the agenda, even though the department did not submit its request until last night. You have an important role here. You have the power to make rules and to enforce them. Yet when the department declared an emergency variance, which is permissible for a period of not more than 24 hours and in circumstances that are plainly not an emergency, and did it again and again, you did not speak out. You did not issue a statement that this practice was in violation of the rule regarding variances, or that the underlying conduct was a clear violation of the rules. That silence, that failure to speak out against the department's flagrant violation of the board standards is shameful. Each of you took on a responsibility when you joined this board, and you disregarded it here. Under past leadership, the board issued notices of violations when the department engaged in such conduct. Why didn't you do the same? You must do so now. On top of that, today you're proposing a rule to end punitive segregation that is woefully inadequate. It does not have key features that people with lived experience of solitary, family members of people in solitary, and advocates called for at the December 2019 hearings. The changes you're proposing will likely create another form of highly restrictive, isolated units, which will end up being solitary by another name. And you came to this rule through a secretive process that allowed DOC, CHS, the mayor's office to weigh in on your proposed rule over the last several months, but shut out of the process people with lived experience of solitary and those who care about them. You did not share any of the details of what you were considering until yesterday. I'll share specific comments on the rule at the April hearing, but right now, this board should post on its website diagrams and photos of the areas of NIC and GRVC that are the models for these RMAS units, as well as any architectural renderings or other documents that show how the RMAS will be configured. The public should know what these units will look like before the rules are adopted and before we submit our comments. The board needs to bring some transparency to this process. Ending punitive segregation will be meaningless if we simply replace it with a unit where there will then.
You can speak again during public comment at the end of this meeting and in April. We're now moving to the next person, and that person is Kelsey De Avila. Kelsey De Avila, are you with us?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Morning. My name is Kelsey De Avila. I'm with Brooklyn Defender Services, and I just want to thank everyone who spoke before us today. I echo their comments, and it's been an emotional morning. My comments will just touch on the young adult ESH variance request and the proposed rule. This board must reject today's variance request and issue the department a notice of violation immediately. The department regularly abuses the variance process and now the emergency declaration process. You have an opportunity to show everyone that you stand behind the principles that you purport to establish by upholding your own minimum standards, rejecting this variance request, and issuing DOC a notice of violation. And about the rule, for the last 6 years, public officials have talked about the horrors that haunted Khalif Browder, and for the last 2 years, we've heard the same officials describe the tragedy that befell Aileen Polanco. Our electeds, and especially this mayor, have used the names of Aileen Polanco and Khalif Browder not with the support from their families who lost them, but for their own political gain and purposes. And time and again, the press have covered those political motives, using Ms. Polanco and Mr. Browder as pawns to humanize dry political and policy stories. The new proposed rule on restrictive housing was not drafted to protect Aileen Polanco nor Khalif Browder. It would not have stopped either of them from entering this new restrictive unit. The rule would not have made a difference and would not have protected either of them from the trauma of isolation in DOC. And we appreciate the board's efforts, and we recognize City Hall and Law Department largely prevent the board from truly exercising independence. But despite a few positive steps, we're going backwards. At its base, what's being proposed is a barbaric structure that might look good on paper, but in reality replaces true out-of-cell time with more time in a cage. Actual human interaction with being locked in a cage with maybe one other person essentially double bunking people in solitary confinement. Equally troubling, under the proposed rule, the human interaction can be with another person not even in the same shared cage, but rather in the next cage over, just as long, and quoting from the rule, people can converse without needing to raise their voices to be heard. No reasonable person could describe this as a congregate setting nor meaningful interaction. It's still solitary by another name. On top of that, the rule still fails to provide a mechanism for an attorney or an advocate to support people to the DOC disciplinary process. Every defender office has told this board, we are able and willing to provide representation. We merely need the approval. Such representation would provide support to people in custody and accountability for the department, yet it's clear from the unexplained absence in the rule that neither are a priority for the city. These rules being proposed were not written with the people who lost their lives in mind, nor the hours of heartbreaking testimony many people have given this board over the years. And BDS looks forward to the upcoming hearings and the opportunity to strengthen these rules to truly end these torturous practices in New York City jails.
I have to bring it to a close. I apologize, but the time.
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Olga Delgado.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Olga Delgado, and I'm speaking here today on behalf of people in Rikers who are in solitary confinement, like my son, Ricardo Delgado. He was 19 years old when he was there for 2.5 years in Rikers Island. And while he was there, he was 1 year in the box solitary confinement. They took him out every day with handcuffs and chained to his waist, down to his feet, to be attached to a table all day long. If he moves, his hands and feet will have cuts. The system rehabilitation method they have is not working. For people incarcerated, it is inhuman and it is torture. To be chained to a desk and they don't give time to the yards, or in the box cell, which is infested with roaches while in isolation. For this reason or case, I am asking the board to vote no to the department request to continue using enhanced supervision housing, or ESH, to keep young adults in shackles. It's torture, it's inhuman. Board vote no, no, no. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Francis Jatiles. And Francis Jatiles.
I can't unmute myself.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Oh, okay, good. First, on the question of the variance you're being requested to approve today. We were so pleased last week when you finally seemed to get it, and you refused finally after such a long time and so many requests, you refused to agree to the variance. But then the people running the prison or the jails actually undercut you because they found ways to get around it, and you did nothing. And that's a shame, because what it means essentially is that you have no power to really enforce your rules. Your job is essentially meaningless if you're constantly going to approve the people running the jail from breaking the rules. And if your job is that meaningless, maybe you should all quit, out of ethically understanding that your power is non-existent and you're just being the patsy for the people who are actually in charge. To get to the newly proposed limits, they make me both very sad and very angry, because my ultimate feeling is you still don't get it. I'm part of the campaign for alternatives to isolated confinement, also known as the Halt Solitary campaign. And the campaign for alternatives to isolated confinement stresses that what we've been fighting against is extreme isolation and the terrible negative psychological effects that that extreme isolation has on the people you subject to it. Instead, what you're doing is making minimal changes around the edges, but you're still putting forth a new plan that will keep people essentially isolated. I know that there's this thing about two people in a room and they can talk to each other and see each other. I can't even visualize how that is. And we don't know if the two people are people who want to talk to each other, want to be together. Who's going to decide who the two people are in the room? That is not legitimate social enhancement. So you're still keeping isolated and totally controlled, and you will have the same destructive effects on their mental health that you're having right now. So I'm expressing my opposition to the variances you've been asked to approve, and I'm also expressing at least my first impression of your new rules and how inadequate they are. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. COBA President Benny Bosio. Benny Bosio. COBA President Benny Bosio. Benny Bosio.
I don't believe he's in the room, John.
Okay. We will move forward. Antoine. Antoine. Is Ashaki Antoine with us? Ashaki Antoine with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Good morning.
Good morning.
We hear you.
Can you see me as well?
I cannot. Yes, yes.
Okay, good morning. The New York City Department of Corrections forwarded an emergency variance request for the use of enhanced supervision housing for young adults. ESH is a necessary tool utilized in order to maintain safety and security in the facilities, as well as correcting highly assaultive young adults' behavior, specifically young adults who disobey and refuse to comply with departmental rules, and in turn, create an unsafe environment for officers, civilians, other young adults, and most cases themselves. The young adult population who are in custody for committing violent crimes outside of a jail setting most often repeat the same behavior inside the facilities. The purpose of ESH daily programming for young adults is designed to rehabilitate young adults and to address violence in the jails. Where do you place any young adult that are not receptive to such programs and who are not interested in incentives for good behavior within ESH? Where's the accountability for violating rules while detained? Daily, acts of violence continue to rise in the jails. Slashing and stabbings has increased. Assaults on correctional officers has increased. Inmate-on-inmate violence has increased. Staffing levels in the facilities are impacting work conditions. Officers are working 24-hour shifts daily. No meal breaks provided for 2 straight 8-hour tours. Inmates are not receiving mandated services, which often leads to violence against officers. Corridor security posts are non-existent. COVID-19 has not disappeared. Enhanced sanitation of the jail is fictional. Cell doors are inoperable. Probe team response times are dreadful. Roughly 30 minutes to respond to an emergency in the housing area because of staffing levels. How can one expect the jails to operate efficiently and effectively when the basic tools given are taken? Lastly, let's talk about the victims' families who are left to deal with the emotional, physical, psychological scars after their detained loved ones has been assaulted. Where are the advocates for the victim's family? At this juncture, it appears that their lives do not matter. All lives matter in this equation. This one-sided agenda cannot continue. To remove ESH and punitive segregation indefinitely, a tool that is needed to gain some type of order, security, safety in the jails, and to hold violators of inmates' rules accountable, is irresponsible and will send a clear message that City Hall and the Board of Correction condones acts of violence against officers and non-violent inmates, which is a liability and will put everyone at risk. Proper planning prevents poor performance. I ask that you put more thought into the plan of ending punitive segregation, which is simply catastrophic, and approve the 2 variants requested proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The next person to speak is Minister Dr. Victoria Phillips, Ms. V. Ms. V, are you with us?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you.
Can you see me? I don't see me. Do you see me? Oh, okay.
I do see you. Good morning.
Peace and blessings, everyone. So before I start, I want to ask you, like I always do, my invisible disabilities. I'm gonna need y'all to mute because I can't talk with y'all playback. And I just want to remind you all, this board, I'm very disappointed because last month I told y'all about a serious situation with the individual. I told about 3 individuals. I was asked to submit the name of the individual be followed up. I said his situation is severe and it's around medical things, and he submitted 5 claims to BOC and still has not been followed up. Unfortunately, as yesterday, he confirmed to me still BOC has not followed up with him. So that's a month of you knowing his direct name, his direct issue, and you have not followed up. And so that leads me to repeat the message that I said last month on the record. So peace and blessings, everyone. I'm Minister Dr. Victoria A. Phillips, member of the Jails Action Coalition, Justice for Women Task Force, and many others to make a justice a reality and no longer just an illusion. I have been addressing this board around the ongoing barbaric violations of human rights and inhumane conditions for literally the past 10 years. Obtaining public comment was one of the Jails Action Coalition's greatest accomplishments for the public of New York City. Having sat on the DOC Advisory Board for Adolescents and Young Adults for 6 years, I feel knowledgeable to state that neither variance should be granted. We advocates ended solitary confinement for 16 to 21-year-olds, yet you, the board, allowed DOC to open ESH the very next year. With medical doctors on this very board, this variance continues to pass. Where's your oath to do no harm? This board has done its own reports that clearly show DOC does not follow protocol or minimum standards. Pre-COVID, we couldn't even get them to utilize the programs we advocated for. They said there was not enough escorts. The Federal Monitor has released not 1, but 10 reports, which continue to show the lack of discipline on DOC's part, a lack of accountability in real time. And let's not forget, it's been 5 years of reporting. Many individuals in DOC custody are there for less time. Yet Commissioner Brand said on the record, in the last 5 years, nearly almost 50% of staff is new. Yet we continue to see this board pass the variance to allow our community members, the majority of whom are waiting their fair day in court, to be mistreated. In general population, this board will receive complaints from the inside around lack of medical treatment or mental health follow-up. Do you think it gets better or easier in ESH? When will we begin to hold DOC accountable? When will they be punished for causing harm, breaking laws, and even committing murder? Let me remind you all, this board is losing funding, and just yesterday, I received a call from a man who does not have money in his books, and was begging DOC to send certified paperwork to the courts so that he could talk to the courts. And DOC said he can't talk to the courts because they don't have petty cash. So this is a serious concern. And I just want you all to know that you are in important position. And like Anissa said earlier, if you can't do the job, move out the way. If you can't perform your duties and make sure that every life that you are responsible for is looked after and taken care of, step back and allow the advocates to put someone in place to do the job. Y'all each have a blessed day. I'll be talking to y'all later. Have a blessed day.
Jennifer, you're still muted.
Thank you. Darren Mack is the next person to present. Darren Mack.
can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much. My name is Darren Mack with Freedom Agenda. Thank you so much to everyone, the advocates, the families of so many people who have died solitary confinement and allies fighting to defend the human rights of incarcerated people. Despite the rules established by the Board of Corrections, once again, DOC has brazenly demonstrated they will not comply. The use of emergency declarations demonstrates that DOC again has and will continue to use every single loophole to undermine, ignore, and defy this board standards. DOC tried to use semantics to have people think that they don't utilize solitary confinement. Whether you call it an automobile, a vehicle, or a hoopty, it's still a car. Likewise, punitive segregation, or what they are calling enhanced supervision units, is still solitary confinement, which is torture, period. The line between a rogue department and an accountable department has become blurred. This is a moment to test what accountability looks like. DOC has shown that custody and control are their main concerns. DOC has shown it is more willing to perpetuate and experiment with punishment in various forms than care. As of January 21st, DOC had 8,950 uniformed staff and approximately 5,200 people in custody. New York City had the highest jail staffing ratio in the United States, 8 times higher than national average. That's speaking directly to COBRA's propaganda scapegoating on workers. As a survivor of solitary confinement and on behalf of Freedom Agenda members who have experienced the torture of solitary confinement and their families, in coalition with the Jails Action Coalition and the Halt Solitary campaign, we urge the board to issue a violation against DOC. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let us hear from Albert Craig. Albert Craig. Bennett, is this person still listed as a participant?
Yeah, I've made him a presenter, so he should be able to unmute and speak.
Albert Craig?
Oh, hello.
Good
Hello.
morning. We can hear you.
How you doing?
Holden.
Good morning. There's a movement that Black and Hispanic people by the white liberals don't need protection. That there's a movement that criminals, that we're okay with crime, that we're okay with violence, that we need to respect the perpetrator rather more than a victim. This is crazy thinking. These advocacy groups never bring a person who's been cut, stabbed, slashed, beat. They never bring that person. They have an agenda, right? The agenda, and what they don't understand is that they're being used as pawns by the white liberals who want the land on Rikers Island. They're willing to do anything but protect people. Yeah, it's a crying shame that you have to put a shackle on people, especially of people that have been enslaved. Yeah, it's a damn shame. But what's even worse is that we don't have the ability to protect those like Khalif Browder, whose name constantly is thrown around here, who might have committed a minor offense. You people are the reason why Black and brown people all over this city is getting beaten because people believe there's no consequence. And so just like the correction officers, just like the inmates who are being beaten down on a regular basis, no one is speaking for them. So yeah, you need these things. Unfortunate, and it is unfortunate that you need these things. Well, it's even worse. None of them are talking about the psychological effect of going to work or being incarcerated and being beaten. Right now, the department, I'm not a fan of theirs either. They're housing these people according to gang affiliation, which is even making it even more harder or worse for people to, for us to do our job and the people to be safe. The reality is, yeah, you need these things. You need them, unfortunately. But when does the need of the one outweigh the safety of the many? It ought not happen. And these white liberals are making it unsafe for black and brown people. While you might be well-intentioned, if you were in jail and somebody jumped on you and beat you and cut you, you would think a whole different way. And you're talking, now I'm a guy whose brother died in jail. So I understand it. It's a shame that they have to be shackled to a death. But you people never ever bring someone who's been victimized by these gangs that are running New York City and are running Rikers Island. Unfortunately, you come here all the time, and I've witnessed it over the years, and you scream and yell and rant and rave about stuff you don't really know. You missed
Thank you,
the
Mr.
facts
Craig.
and numbers. All right. Thank you very
I'm
much.
sorry. I appreciate.
Okay.
But I have to end. We have to move to the
Thank
next
you.
person.
Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel Gerard. Or Daniele Gerard. I'm sorry. I don't know if I have the correct spelling. Daniel Gerard, are you with us?
Unmute. Okay, thank you, Chair Jones Austin. Members of the board and Ms. Egan, I'm Danielle Gerard. I'm a senior staff attorney at Children's Rights. I do not have a video option in this program, but we ask you once again to deny these variances. We reiterate that despite the department's claims, there is no evidence that the practice of commingling reduces violence. All young adults will be housed separate and apart from older incarcerated persons in accordance with the young adult plan. Regarding the department's emergency variance declarations to continue holding young adults in ESH, the only emergency is the department's continued failure to develop an effective strategy for managing young adults. The lack of a strategy results in shackling young adults to desks, a wholly barbaric practice. In addition, the declarations represent an end run around the board's refusal to extend the previous ESH variance. We refer the board to our letter from February 26th and the letter from Jails Action Coalition, of which we are a member, and the Halt Solitary campaign for more detail. I just want to note that it seems rather ironic to receive these continued examples of governing by variance simultaneously with the release of the new rule if ESH plays what the department calls a vital role in maintaining safe and secure facilities while the department awaits the board's restrictive housing rulemaking. What is really going to change? The RMAs appear to be yet another installment in euphemistically named housing that perpetuates solitary confinement, just like ESH and Secure Unit. As a recent Nunez report stated, it is clearer every month that the department has no plan for managing the young adult population and resorts to torture and barbarism in its place. Please exercise your oversight and deny these variances. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Ariel Lippin is the next person scheduled to speak. Ariel Lippin.
Jennifer, the last two people said that I think they're speaking together, reading the same statement. So I'm going to pull them both up.
Okay, Ariel Lippin and Joshua Goldstein.
Hi, I'm Ariel Lepan. I'm a legal intern with the Urban Justice Center. I'm sharing this testimony on behalf of an individual who's incarcerated at OBCC. So I'm 28 years old and I grew up in the Bronx and Queens. I never could afford the latest Jordans and other kids bullied me for it.
I loved to learn but hated school. I didn't finish high school, but I worked hard to earn my GED years later. I was initially arrested approximately a year and a half ago, and since then I have been kept in isolation for a significant amount of time that I've been incarcerated. Whether it be in the box or in ESH, the effect remains the same. I've suffered both physically and mentally because of this dehumanizing treatment. I have never been granted a hearing before being sent to the box, despite requesting hearings each time. I was initially sent to the box for 30 days, approximately 9 months ago. The box is a small, bare cell, a shoebox. I was allowed to call one person a day for 15 minutes, and that's all the interaction I was allowed. My only son was about to turn 1, and I was barely able to speak with my fiance. I didn't even have access to the law library. Try to imagine hours on end without a book, without a phone, without anyone you love. Just you and your mind in a shoebox all day long. They're taking us from our family and our homes for an alleged crime, and they're giving us nothing, not even enough food. Once I was finally released from the box, I was sent to ESH. I've been told over and over again that ESH is not punitive, but that's not what it feels like. In ESH, I'm not given the opportunity to shower regularly. I may get to leave my cell for 7 hours before being forced inside, but whenever the officers declare an incident, which they do almost every other day, we're forced inside no matter how much time has elapsed. My son celebrated his first birthday, and I've never held him. I've never even seen him in person. All visitations are virtual, and there aren't enough booths for visitations. I sometimes get a virtual visit once a week. Other times I don't get a visitation at all. I don't get access to the same resources like books and iPads as other inmates in the general population. No matter where I am, I'm forced to sleep on a thin mat, which feels like sleeping on pure skin. I was sent to the box a second time a couple of months ago after being assaulted by a guard. After initially not responding to an officer's order, the officer temporarily blinded me with a chemical agent. I had to defend myself during the attack while the officer punched me repeatedly. After the beating, the officers brought me to the showers and left me handcuffed and burning from their spray on the floor of a dry shower for about 2 hours. The midwinter cold cut through my ripped tank top, and I requested medical treatment that day for a broken finger. I did not get any treatment until almost 2 weeks later. I was accused of being assaulting an officer, despite my reaction being an act of self-defense while being brutally attacked. I think I will now transfer this over and let my partner Joshua continue this testimony.
I was thrown in the box for 30 days after this incident. I'm forced to live with the trauma from that day by myself. It has had a lasting impact on my health and well-being. I requested a hearing, but again have yet to receive one. The emotional and physical suffering of that day drains me. At one point, I became suicidal. Thankfully, I do not feel that way anymore. My love for my son and my faith helped keep me here. Not everyone here is so lucky. I had requested a meeting with a psychiatrist immediately after the mid-November incident. Just like with my broken finger, I did not get treatment. I finally saw the psychiatrist 2 months later, and only for 10 minutes. I asked if I could speak with a counselor regularly. She said that wasn't possible and prescribed me some medication to help me sleep. On top of this brutality, I'm also dealing with the anxieties of a pandemic. In ESH, there are 4 to 6 officers more than in the general population. They're not in the facility the whole time. They leave, they come back, and I don't know if one time they'll accidentally bring COVID-19 back with them. Seeing how my other requests have been handled, if I request a doctor when I'm experiencing symptoms, will I even get to see one? I'm a human in the custody of the state. What does it say about the state that someone who has been diagnosed with depression is blocked from seeing a psychiatrist for 2 months? What does it say when actors of the state break my bones and I'm not treated for 2 weeks? And what does it say about the system when every legal request I have made has been met with silence? I'm asking you to hear my story and understand the conditions we are living in. Isolation in any form is cruel, and I'm lucky to have survived it. I'm lucky to have found a way to channel my pain and determination into action like this testimony, so I can ask you, the Board of Corrections, to put an end to solitary confinement. The board has authorized this dehumanizing treatment for too long. Justice is all we seek. Justice is our birthright. I hope that you hear my pain and my words. We have an opportunity to change these practices and bring a more restorative approach forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This concludes, that last statement concludes our first public comment session. And we will now move to hear about the proposed restrictive housing rule and move to a vote on it. The board will vote our proposed restrictive housing rule to eliminate punitive segregation and other forms of restricted housing, replacing all with a model that prioritizes safety, accountability, support, and transparency. This is a proposal. Public input is an essential part of this process. We've worked closely with the Department of Correction and the city to ensure that the rule we are proposing meets our goals and can be implemented. It is now time to receive the public's input. We expect to receive important feedback, and when I say it's now time, I mean in the coming weeks, over the next several weeks, and then at the public comment hearing in April. We expect and hope to receive your feedback. We want to hear from people with lived experience, families, people who are working in the New York City jails, advocates, and others. Our hope and aim is to make sure that your voices are reflected in the rule that ultimately prevails. As you've seen, you have provided input in the past, which is what has gotten us to this point. The key provisions in this rule include ending solitary confinement and all of the current forms of restrictive housing by November 1st, 2021, and replacing it with Risk Management Accountability System, the RMAS model. What I want you to know is that in conversation with the department, with the city, it will take that period of time to build out the new model facilities. RMAS is a 3-level progression model with a minimum 10 hours out of cell, socializing with at least one person to a maximum of 14 hours of cell, individualized behavioral support plans, steady, experienced case managers, periodic reviews by multidisciplinary team members, 5 hours of daily programming, and daily rounding by health and mental health staff. This rule would end the use of routine restraint desks for all persons in custody. It requires the department to use cells for de-escalation confinement after incidents rather than intake areas. It limits scope of lockdowns to only housing areas that must be locked down. And it requires regular and public reporting by the department. And we are also looking at an independent evaluation. Through this process, the board consulted a number of experts on behavior change and correctional practice, to ensure that the most current research and practice is incorporated into the rule and RMAS. Among other recommendations, these leaders stress the importance of programming that is tailored to the individual's unique needs and addresses the root cause of behavior. In addition to prioritizing therapeutic programming in all levels, the department should also ensure access to productive activities to limit idleness, including books, recreation, and social engagement with other people in custody and staff. This is a comprehensive package of rules that we hope will be a model for the nation. So now we will move, I will ask for a vote on the proposed rule to put it into the CAPA process. Is there any member who would like to motion to put the rule into the CAPA process?
I'll move.
Thank you. Jacqueline Sherman, anyone to second?
Second.
Steve Safer. All right, any debate on the proposed rule? Any comment or discussion? Dr. Cohen, Bobby?
I favor this rule. I think it is an accomplishment long overdue. There are deficiencies in this in the over month. We've only got a month to pretty much to fix this thing. I'm going to just list a few of the areas, and I believe that there is. I believe that that these will just help the rule reflect what its intent is. We're committed to due process, and due process requires representation by an attorney for someone being placed in the RMAS status. We should require that people have the ability to get out of RMAS if they are participating non-violently in the RMAS program, but not any specific accomplishments. If they are not violent, they don't cause any involved in any violent acts, and the department has no evidence that they are about to do that. They should progress through the 1, 2, and 3 levels of the program and be released. And there should be limited caps in time in each level. Importantly, I encourage everyone to on the board and the press to see what the current models, physical models of the NYC and MHD 9 South look like. These are not the models that we should have for the RMAS architecturally, and they should be improved. I believe that the department is committed to that, but I would like to clarify their vision, their physical vision of this. But I will vote yes, and I'm very proud of the board for accomplishing this, and for the participation of the city as well.
Thank you. Jacqueline?
I'd like to echo Bobby's words and sentiments. I would also like to specifically thank and acknowledge your leadership and Stanley's leadership, as well as the extraordinary work of the board staff in helping us reach the point where we are today. Our work is clearly not done, and I look forward to the hearings on the rules, receiving further input, and appreciate the vote this morning. But I am proud of the work that's been done to date, and thank everyone for extraordinary efforts in helping us reach this point.
Thank you. Are there other comments, members of the board? So I will join Bobby and Jackie in expressing my appreciation. Jackie, you kicked this off several months ago, and here we are. It's a good rule. It will be made better with the input of the public. I'm glad that Bobby articulated what are some, issues that we believe need to be dealt with and addressed, and the CAPA process, hearing from the public, will help us to do just that. So I thank you all, and of course I thank the staff and Meg for your leadership in getting us to where we are. And like I keep saying, and the public will get us to where we ultimately need to be. So I am going to, at this point, ask for a vote to enter this proposed rule into the CAPA process. And I will do so by calling the name of each board person and asking you to express your approval or your opposition to moving this proposed rule forward. I will begin with Dr. Cohen.
Yes.
Jacqueline Sherman? Yes. Felipe Franco?
Yes.
Dr. Stephen Safer?
Support.
And Marco Carrion, excuse me.
Yes.
James Perino?
What?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, James.
What?
Oh, thank you. And I believe that Stanley Richards had to step away for a minute and has not yet returned. So we won't have his vote on this. I do support. And so that puts us, I believe, at, help me do the math. 1, 2, 5, 6.
I believe that's 7-4.
In favor. So we have now voted this proposed rule into the CAPA process, and I can't say it enough. Please submit your comments via email or in writing, and we'll give you that information again at the end of this session, but also April 13th at 9 a.m., April 14th, 6 p.m. will be when we have public comment. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. The work continues. We will now move forward to hear the variance requests of the department concerning young adult ESH and commingling of young adults. We will begin with the variance request for young adult ESH. Meg, would you please walk us through?
Sure. The department has requested a variance permitting the department to house young adults in ESH since July of 2016. The board declined to take up the variance at the February 2021 public meeting. The department is now requesting a 1-week variance in order to end the use of restraint desks. As of March 4th, 2021, there were 24 young adults in ESH. There were 3 in level 1 and 21 in level 2. This is a significant increase from December 1st of 2020, when there were only 5 young adults in ESH. I will now ask the department to present their request.
Good morning. This is Brenda Cook, Chief of Staff. Pursuant to Section 1-15F of the New York City Board of Corrections minimum standards, the New York City Department of Correction requests a 1-week limited variance from Board Minimum Standards 1-16 C1 2i, which requires that young adults ages 18 to 21 be excluded from placement in enhanced supervision housing. We request this request to take effect today, March 9th, the date upon which the board has convened. And with the board's opening of discussion, the department has information the commissioner and the chief of department would like to present the board in support of our variance request. Would you like us to proceed with that information now, or? Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Just on a side note, before we get into the presentation on ESH, thank you for the vote on moving the rule into the CAPA program. I would like to say that what was left out of that conversation by the board members was that there was significant contribution and collaboration by members of this agency to come to the table and come to some type of resolution for ending punitive segregation in this city. And so while the board crafted the rule that you see in public, it was with significant input and creative thinking and innovative solutions presented by this agency to other members of that working group and the Board of Correction, with discussions ongoing, that was not acknowledged.
Commissioner, we did at the very beginning of the meeting, when we first talked about the rule, we acknowledged the work of the department and of the city in general to help us to get to this place. So I just want that to be noted, and we do not minimize that in the least bit. We would not be here but for the contributions of the department, the city, as well as just leadership, and with some input from COBA. But we acknowledge that at the beginning. I believe what was done just a few minutes ago was the board just speaking to each other. Thank you.
So before we move into the data of the presentation, I'd just like to say that hearing the public comments, there appears to be a belief that every person who works here gets up every day and comes to work with the plan to torture, abuse, or mistreat the people in our custody. And that could not be further from the truth.
You ain't lived it.
Are we a perfect agency? No, absolutely not. None are. We're people too. And I have said before, and I will say again, that 99% of our 10,000 uniform and non-uniform staff came to this job to maintain public safety and help people change their lives. They work long hours with integrity and dedication to duty, despite the dangers, with little to no positive recognition or support from the public, but they do it anyway. Those who cross the line, violate policy or laws are dealt with. We have a federal monitor, the Department of Investigation, the Board of Correction, City Council, City Hall, and the State Commission on Correction, all watching what we do. The belief that we act with impunity, without boundaries, rules, regulations, and consequences for bad acts is a false narrative. Those looking at us from the outside do not have the same internal view that I do. Coming from a different system 5 years ago, I can honestly and emphatically say that this is a very different agency. And it has been a huge lift to get where we are today. And those of you who have been on the board since 2015, when I came here, know how far we've come. Do we have further to go in our reforms? Absolutely. And we know that. We acknowledge that. We, like the rest of the criminal justice system across the country, in fact, across the globe, are in a significant period of change. We want to change. We embrace change, but we need to change safely. And for some, that translates to quickly. Quickly does not always equal safety in the world of corrections. And so moving on to the presentation, I'd like to say that we hear a lot at these meetings from defense attorneys and families about how violent young adults in custody are just kids. Their loved ones, their sons, their loyal friends, loving brothers, and that's most likely true in all cases. These are people that the families know. These are people that defense attorneys see. However, we must acknowledge the reality that these same young people also carry out extreme violence against other young adults in custody and against our staff. So we prepared this presentation to reset the conversation around ESH and the reality that we face in the management of a very small subset of young adults who engage in serious and persistent violence against staff and their peers. ESH is not about punishment. It's not about young people being good or bad. This is about certain young people who demonstrate that they cannot safely live with their peers in a moment in time. When the department cannot keep people safe, we all fail. We fail every single young person in custody who cannot focus on their programs or sleep comfortably for fear of being attacked. We fail every staff member who comes to work thinking about whether today will be the day that they are attacked for doing their job. We also fail every single victim of young adult violence who never seem to have a voice in these meetings. The department uses young adult ESH sparingly and appropriately. There are currently 27 young adults in ESH, and this is fewer than 6% of the young adult population, with only 1.5% of young adults in ESH level 1. And so now I will turn that over to Chief Jennings so she can talk about placement criteria and recent data.
Good morning. So as you know, only egregious acts of violence or persistent serious violence qualify as a young adult for placement into young adult ESH. Level 1 placements are due to recent stabbing, slashing, serious assaults causing serious injury. Level 2 placements are about persistent violence, assaults on staff, serious assaults, and weapon possessions. Each young adult's placement in ESH is carefully considered on an individual basis by uniform leadership. All young adult placements in ESH are reviewed and approved by myself. So today there are 47 total young adult placements, 28 youths placed in level 1, 14 following a slashing or stabbing, 3 following an assault on staff and an assault on a person in custody, 5 following an assault on staff, 6 following an assault on a person in custody, and 19 young adults placed in level 2, 3 following an assault on staff and an assault on a person in custody, 10 following an assault on staff, 4 following an assault on a person in custody, and 2 following a possession of a weapon finding in which they were adjudicated for. So for our reasons of placements, young adults who engage in serious violence against their peers and staff require safe housing and a structured environment with intensive programming and counseling offerings. The chart shows the breakdown of the individuals who have been placed in, and it talks about the percentages that each person has been placed in and with the reasons as to why.
So with each placement, the department compiles and submits a whole packet of paperwork, including incident reports, supporting placement paperwork, as well as full written adjudication determination and supporting evidence to the board. However, we spare you the graphic and horrible violence that underlies the incident descriptions and the supporting paperwork. But behind every packet of information is serious human suffering. People are maimed, left with lifelong scars, both physical and emotional. This trauma, these harms, are never discussed at these meetings. It is understandable that the board staff don't communicate the seriousness of this violence to you. After all, they're not the ones who respond to serious incidents, who put their bodies on the line to keep people safe. We have made security and operational safety decisions over the past several years. And there are some who are quick to take credit for successfully implementing department reforms, but we also must all accept responsibility for our decisions and understand the consequences of our decisions. So we are going to show you some photos now of actual violence in the jails against our staff and against young adults to make it clear that there is a disconnect between the reality of comments made at these meetings and the violence that young adults carry out against one another and against our staff in our facilities. Chief?
So this incident here occurs in RNDC on March 23rd of 2020, where there were several young men who ambushed a young man in the day room and cut that person. And so after the individual was injured, he ran out for the officer to help assist him. This correction officer heroically used his body to shield this young man from being attacked by a group of 6 to 7 individuals. During at which time, if you could see where we have the red circle, this individual still has a weapon in his hand, attempting to still injure the young man, even though the correction officer is there trying his best to prevent harm or further harm to this young man who is still being attacked. And you're going to see several times they make motions to attempt to continue to cut. And so when the correction officer attempts to utilize his chemical agents to stop this vicious attack, they are attempting to prevent him from actually using it to protect himself as well as the individual who they are attempting to harm again. And you're going to notice that during this time, he's continuing to utilize his self to stand in between and prevent this young person from being injured. And so at the conclusion, when he's able to successfully get this person in between the A and B gate out of harm's way, thinking that he's done a great job, and he now has some safety for this person, never does he believe that it's going to continue. And so here's one of the young men who just assaulted this person. As the officer turns to speak to his partner about identifying these persons, he himself, they are so enraged that he has helped this person that they now begin to brutally attack and assault the correction officer. And so they began to physically stomp the correction officer out. They began to viciously attack him because he has just saved a person from being or continue to be seriously injured. And so this correction officer suffered serious injuries as well as the person in custody. And here they are both victims. And so I think it's important to hear that the victims have a voice, that they deserve to be safe while in custody just as well as the correction officers who come to work every day and are willing to do their job.
So here you see the young adult's injuries, the one that the officer was protecting. He has lacerations to his back, his forehead, and arm from the slashing, and he has bruises all over his body. And he will carry these for the rest of his life. And can you imagine what might have happened to him had the officer not been able to get him safely out of that situation? Next, you'll see the officer's injuries. He suffered a traumatic brain injury, having lost consciousness as a result of the repeated stomping to his head and face. He also had serious injuries around his eyes, and he has not returned to work. And we don't know that he will. And yet he saved someone's life and put himself between danger and a victim. And that's what our staff do every single day. And to think that we have to sit here and hear that people believe that we do just the opposite, that we come here to do harm to people, is very discouraging, it's insulting, and it's harmful to our mental health as well. The real question here, and the reason we show you this, is what should the department do with this group of young adults who carried out this horrible act? The group who showed no remorse would do this again if given the opportunity? Maybe. What if a secure unit is at capacity or these young adults can't live peacefully with other people housed in the secure unit? We just saw what happens when people have conflict in the jails. So this is not a one-off example. Young adults carry out this type of violence against one another regularly. And here you see another incident, another result of this violence. This young man will have serious scarring across his face for the rest of his life. It may affect his ability to gain and sustain employment. It might affect his relationships, his self-confidence, his self-image. The experience of getting jumped and having this happen to you, that's the trauma that the board should also be talking about. You ask us what we're doing to make ESH less restrictive every time this variance come up. And I ask, what are we doing to prevent this from happening to our young people? Lastly, I have the injuries from 2 separate slashings that occurred in the secure unit in 2020. The young adults who perpetrated this violence have shown a pattern of persistent violence. This is not their first violent offense. So what should the department do when young adults do this to their peers in the secure unit? Should we just say, stop doing that? Should we just say there'll be no consequences? Should we just say, focus on your program and you can go back to general population? We are working on a new system. We are working on a way to safely transition to a risk management and accountability system. We are asking for your help in eliminating this type of violence in a safe way by allowing us to have ESH for young adults. And so I'll let Chief of Staff Cook talk about the data.
Thank you. So this photos in these instances that we have discussed here today, and I know that we have had discussions with the board members regarding, and that we will continue to have productive discussions about these critical issues of safety and an appropriate response in the week that comes in request for this variance. But in the 2.5 weeks since the board let the department's last ESH variance expire, we've seen 10 unique incidents, and that's what's reflected in the data on this screen. So these are incidents between the period of February 21st and March 7th. There were 3 slashings and stabbings. There were 8 assaults on staff causing serious injury. And there were 7 assaults on people in custody causing serious injury. And I'm sorry, those the 3 stabbings and slashings, 3 assaults on staff, and 4 assaults causing injury on people in custody. The orange bars represent the unique placements, and it gets at what was depicted in the incident that Chief Jennings described, which is that these acts of violence oftentimes include several individuals involved, which can drive up the resulting response in terms of either secure, and in this case, ESH placement. And I know that there was some discussion previously at the top of the board meeting that there has been discussion in the weeks that have preceded this board meeting, and that there will be continued discussions so that the board, in fact, can appreciate and understand that these acts of violence are not one for one. It's not one incident and one individual who has committed the act of violence, that many times the department has to manage and safely respond to subsequent housing of several individuals with each incident. The next slide identifies the department has conducted in addition to providing many forms of reporting, both on the individual placements in young adult ESH throughout the duration of the time that the department has sought and received variances for its use. We've conducted analysis that shows the effect of ESH on issues of violence and involvement, both during, before, during, and after individuals' placement. And so the data here on this slide is data that was previously provided to the board based on an analysis of fiscal year 20 data, and that was previously shared. Again, because the analysis has been previously provided, I won't belabor it here, but it shows significant effect following individuals' exit from ESH on the levels of fighting, the numbers of infractions, the stabbings and slashing, and the involvement and use of force once they've completed and exited ESH. And finally, going to the department's commitment, again, that has been the subject of discussion over the years. It has been the subject of the department's commitment in embracing and advancing the reforms, embracing reforms to ESH as well, and with support and a direction and consultation with the board. The department really does engage in a process that is iterative and exhaustive with respect to our creativity regarding safe housing options for those small numbers of young adults who engage in these vicious acts of violence or persistent violence causing injury. 92% of the young adults that have been placed in ESH in the period that we've been discussing in this presentation between last August and March 4th, 92% of them had spent some amount of time in a true housing unit, which is a GP housing unit. It's a young adult only housing unit, and it's a smaller housing living unit size in terms of the number of folks that live in that unit. It has higher staffing ratios and different programming and evaluation, multidisciplinary support in order to address the root causes of violent and negative behavior. 29% of the young adults had also spent time in the secure unit. And so again, the department uses the least restrictive means and housing units available to us at the time of these acts that jeopardize safety for those that are in our care and our staff. And then in addition, 46% of the overall number of young adults in this population had spent multiple alternative placements. So they had either been in both true or secure, and then also ESH.
So the department exhausts all alternative housing options when appropriate prior to placing a young adult in ESH. And I believe that we have demonstrated compliance with the board's longstanding variance conditions, and we produce extensive monthly reporting and auditing on the unit's operations for the board, as well as the public. Young adult ESH is vital to us as a housing option to ensure the safety of everyone, staff, and the population in custody. And without young adult ESH, the department cannot maintain safe and secure facilities while we transition into a new system. I engaged in good faith in the Mayor's Committee to eliminate punitive segregation. The department has engaged in good faith with the board in rulemaking discussions. We support a rule that replaces the ESH model with a model that meaningfully promotes safety. And I will say that 5 years ago when I came here, what you see in the rule would not have been possible. We could not have imagined a system like RMAS when we were in the place that we were in 2015. We have grown, we have learned, we have evolved as an agency, myself included. 5 years ago, I could not have proposed any part of that rule. And so We need to keep people safe until we can implement the rulemaking without ESH. And that target date is November. Currently, the department is managing an unprecedented pandemic response. We are continuing to support the landmark closure of Rikers Island in lieu of a smaller, safer, fair, borough-based jail system. We're continuing our work to achieve Nunez compliance, and we will soon be working tirelessly to also implement the board's rulemaking. I understand that people don't like ESH, and specifically the desks. If we did not need it, we would not use it. But we can also not create a new ESH alternative and maintain safety amidst all of the other work that we're doing right now. It simply cannot be done. So again, I ask for your help in keeping everyone safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, and your leadership team for presenting your variance request and the report that accompanies it. We are going to, I'm going to ask for a vote on the requested variance and to move it into discussion. Is there a board member who will vote on the requested variance? The variance for 1 week.
I vote.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second, but I would like a clarification from the department about what the request is
Hold on
for.
1 second. Let me just say that, with the second, we're now going to move into discussion. And so please continue.
I would like a clarification from the department about what they are requesting. I understand that their formal request is for a 1 week variance. I was unclear about how the presentation just provided aligns with a request for a 1 week variance, and would like to hear about the planning in place if a 1 week variance is granted, that would presumably have to take place over a very short period of time.
Yeah, thank you for that. This is Brenda. We've asked for the week because we've been engaged in productive dialogue and conversation with the board members in the period leading up to this meeting. And we want to continue to talk through the week, through all of the options, because I think what the presentation has reflected in no small part is our shared goal with the board of keeping people safe and to identify a path forward that supports that goal. We've been engaged with First Deputy Mayor Dean Fullahan, as has the board, and we're working together to find a place where everyone can be comfortable. And we believe that the additional 7 days, the 1 week, provides for the continuation of the depth of conversations that we've been having, and that we will be able to find that place of comfort within that time.
Jackie, is there a follow-up?
I guess I'm not clear. I think my question was about hearing plans, not hearing about further discussions. And I would really like to hear what I understand that this is, we are asking, or the variance length of time requires a really short and focused plan and implementation period. And I'm a little concerned not to hear a concrete plan for how the department would come into compliance with the rule after a 1 week variance.
So let me jump in here because I want to make sure that I'm appreciating what you're saying and that, we're all on the same page. What you're asking is that I'm speaking to you, Jackie, that the department put forward a plan in 1 week that speaks to how they will come into compliance with the rule. And what I'm hearing from the department is that they are asking for a 1 week variance to work together to explore how they can develop perhaps some modified plan until November 2021, when this would go away completely. Am I clear on that? And I'm asking.
You're clear from the department's perspective. We are committed to working. I understand a week is a short period of time, but to try very hard to come together on this, to be creative and consider all of the options, and to embrace the effort with, again, with First Deputy Mayor Dean Fullahan's support and leadership as well, to say, what is the solution, and whether or not the solution is all, some, or none of what is presently has been in use and on the table. And so I think that's I don't want to speak out of turn and to commit the board or to commit the department to what that specific plan may be, because I think it's the result of continued conversations, as I said, that have been underway and very productive and collaborative. And I don't think it's for myself to articulate here what I think it should be, because I think this has been a process of support and work for the shared goal of safety.
I'm going to interject here and just add one other point of information, and I'm going to look to you, Meg, to verify the accuracy of what I'm saying right now. If I'm remembering correctly, so let me first begin with, I was not present during the February meeting for personal health reasons, and at that time there probably was no advance knowledge that the board would move not to hear and to vote on this variance. It is my understanding, if I'm remembering correctly, that the proposed rule provided for the ending of the use of restraint desks for young adults in April and all by November. Is that accurate?
The current variance provides for the end of the use of restraint desks in April, by April 15th. The rule itself then ends the use of restraint desks for all by November 1st.
Okay. The reason I'm adding this is just for context. I'm not opining. I had significant issues with restraint desks, and I voiced them before over the course of the last several months, better than a year. I have real issues. Going back to, as some would recall, that there were several of us on the board who didn't have a full appreciation that they were even being used at the time that we approved ESH. So let's just put that there for a minute. But the reason I raise this as a point of information is that what we are talking about in this moment right now is moving from what had been a proposal of the board concerning ESH. The variance was to end in April, if I'm understanding you correctly.
The variance would, the variance would continue. There is a condition in the variance that ends that is specific to the use of restraint desks that ends in April. Yep.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. The point that I'm making is, as a board, we have every right to do what we did this past February. And I support that work. I support that non-vote. But what I am also speaking to is that we have kind of, in doing that, changed the course of action. So we had been working with the department to get to another solution with an extended time frame. And in not taking a vote up, we accelerated that. And so I'm just saying that as a point of information, when we're engaging with the board about with the department, about what is their plan of action. We accelerated the time clock. That was different than what we had before. And I think that just needs to be noted. I'm not making an opinion. I have issues with the restraint desks. I also don't know if we're going to have a plan that completely just changes things in 1 week. It works us towards and hopefully addresses our issues, but I don't know if it's.
Well, I guess, thank you, and I appreciate clarification. I guess then the question is, what does happen at the end of that week? We have in front of us a request for a 1 week variance, and I think we heard quite compelling testimony at the top of this meeting regarding the importance of compliance with the board's variances. So I'm a little concerned that we have a very short period on a requested variance, and I am unclear on the assurance that we have that there will be compliance after the end of this very short variance.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, I keep on coming back to this. I want to make sure we're talking about compliance with whatever it is they bring forward, if we agree to it.
Jennifer and Meg, I mean, are you bringing up the date of April 15 as a deadline?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, in very plain speak, the department was on a certain timeline. And it's actually tied to our proposed rule. When there was not a vote taken to move forward with the variance last February, it changed that timeline. And so we're asking them to do something. And I'm not saying we shouldn't. I just want to be clear that was in a time frame that is different than what we were originally putting forward. Mm-hmm. That is what I'm saying to the group.
No, I'm also hearing loud and clear from Jackie and from the department that they're not going to have a solution within a week. They're going to talk to us about potential solutions. But many of us have been clear that we cannot stand behind the use of chaining young adults to desks. So I'm not clear the department is saying that they will come up with a solution within a week and then that will be presented as a plan, or they don't believe that's a solution and they just want a week to talk to us.
Excuse me, that is perfectly stated. And that is my issue. I don't understand a week.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd like to understand where we're going.
Well said. Can the department respond to that?
So I think I was clear in my ask of the board to help us maintain safety. The issue with having entirely ESH taken away from the young adult population while we transition to a new system in November leaves us with the inability to manage a very small subset of our young adult population who can be extremely violent. And if we do not have the ability to use ESH, we will fail in our legal and our moral obligation of keeping everybody in our custody safe. I think we can't talk about safety without acknowledging that we have had an increase of security risk group affiliated individuals who have come from the community committing serious or being accused of committing serious violent acts and are appropriately detained in our facilities. But that behavior does not automatically stop when they walk through our doors. In fact, it often continues because other gang-affiliated young adults are in the same housing units, are in the same programming as they are, and so the conflict continues. And we need to have a way to keep these young adults safe, not only from themselves, but from each other. And so we were on a timeline. We knew that we had to get rid of the desks by April. We understood that, and we were working towards a safe solution. Last month, that agreement was taken away from us without advanced warning, without our ability to prepare. And we were just told, deal with it, you figure it out. And so it's my obligation as the commissioner of this agency to keep everybody safe, my staff, our contracted program providers, and everyone in custody. We had to make a decision on how to do that. And that's why we're left with emergency declarations, because we have had a continuation of slashings and stabbings in the young adult population. What we're asking for is the ability to work with the board over the next week to find a solution to the situation that we find ourselves in. That's what we're asking for.
Are there others?
Yeah, I'd like to speak. ESH was forced upon the board because the department refused to eliminate solitary confinement for young adults. After we had agreed to eliminate solitary confinement for young adults, and it's always been a serious problem, and it's always been inhumane. Currently, the educational program in ESH young adult is the same that I saw 10 years ago in punitive segregation for adolescents. There is no education program provided for these men at all. A piece of paper is put onto their cell door. There is no programming in ESH. There is almost no recreation in ESH, and shackling is inhumane. Additionally, last week on March 5th, there were four young adults admitted to ESH. They were involved in an incident on November 23rd, on February 23rd. There was no infraction. There was no report of this incident in the logs that we received, the use of force information that we received until March 4th, and they were kept in RNDC for 10 days. There was room in ESH for them to go there. I suggest to you that that the department arbitrarily uses this area, and secure, which was always the intention. And I have never heard the commissioner today that she need to have chronic, recurrent restraints for not because that their person is a threat to themselves, not because a person is a threat to someone else, not because a person is a threat to the institute, but for the hit. And she used to say that they needed to have it for 30 days, and that that the commission will take, we would take till April. But I haven't heard that.
Bobby, would you repeat whatever it is that you just said? Bobby, I need you to repeat that.
Yes.
Your sound went out.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
I lost you at the commissioner. Yes.
I said that I had said that I've never heard the commissioner say that they could run the jails without ESH and shackling. She has maintained that position continuously, and I would have hoped that they would have come back initially and said we will end shackling ESH on April 15th. And I described the routine, the use of ESH for people who were involved in not in a slashing, not in a for forbid, so they could be shackled right now. I would also like to just.
Let me ask. I just want to ask others. Are you hearing Bobby, or is it just my system?
No, he's
he's cutting out.
Yeah, he's coming in and out.
Bobby,
Bobby, I would suggest turning off your video, and I think we might be able to hear you better.
Okay. I would reference the report of the Nunez. However, in terms of the department's use of force, the current state of affairs remains similar to those in prior monitoring periods. The department demonstrated progress in frequency and excessive force. The period
Bobby, we are really struggling to hear you. You keep breaking up.
Can you hear me?
You're clear in the moment.
Hello.
Are you there, Bobby?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Let's try again.
You can hear me now?
Yes, please try again.
I was referencing. Oh, you couldn't hear. I was referencing the 10th report of the monitor, who says that the department's use remains similar to those in prior monitoring periods. It has been in reducing frequency of unnecessary and excessive force. That's the 5-year period that the commissioner was referencing. In fact, this monitoring period reflected the highest rate of use of force overall probe teams and arms, the very painful escort techniques, unnecessary and too close use of OC spray, and hyper-confrontational staff behavior. I think that this week is nonsense. I'm trying to use reasonable language. This is not going to. I think the has been in violation of our rule for days. Not until yesterday did they best the department has with a plan. Now, I haven't been involved in any of the discussions, but other members of the board have been involved in the discussions for weeks now. And I don't know if the department would say today that we plan on getting rid of shackling on April 15th. I did not hear the commissioner say that. She specifically did not say that. They said that they were going to come up with something, but she did not say that they would end shackling. Should not approve this variance. If the department, I will propose a compromise. If the department says they were going to end shackling by the, by a week, that would be fine. If they said they would end shackling in 2 weeks, that would be fine. But I have not heard anything like that from the department and the commissioner. And I do would appreciate an investigation by the department as to why those four young men were kept in RNDs and not brought to ES Hill for 10 days, and why the report of the incident of violence was not placed in the record for 9 days. I'll stop right now. I may speak more. Thank you.
Jennifer, can I speak?
Jennifer, you're muted.
Jennifer?
Yeah.
James, go ahead. We'll work on the sound.
Can I speak next?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay, great. Being in the opportunity to have worked in the department for many years and being on the board, I'm in a funny situation because as much as I don't like the restraint desk, and I don't think anybody really does, when a department, when we ended punitive segregation, we thought ESH was the answer to that particular situation, and it really wasn't. There was a lot of violence, people getting cut, people getting hurt. So we had to go in different directions, right, to keep people safe. Now, what the department should have done is, before ending punitive segregation, and I was all for ending punitive segregation did not work, but the punitive side didn't work, but by being able to separate these individuals away from the general population, that side did work. So what the department should have done, and I said this a million times, is build a facility, build real estate by just in its structure will keep people separate. And in a humane way, where there might be a shower, there might be TVs in the room, access to recreation right adjacent to the room, just in a way like other states do, just to keep the violent, which is a small percentage of our population, from hurting each other. But we didn't. We makeshift things. We built cages here. We tried to make the Manhattan House. We tried to do NYC. And making pens and putting people in pens and telling them not to act like animals, and we're treating them like such, it's kind of like it's not cohesive to like a positive thing. So we should have built a building once we ended punitive segregation to put the real hard people to deal with, but we didn't. So the department's in a position now. They don't have the real estate because they don't have a lot of facilities. They don't have the manpower because they haven't put a class in because I guess they haven't had the funding for it. So they're in a real bad position that I'm not sure if we took the restraint desk away right now that we can keep people safe. Looking at those videos, I'm here to tell you those videos are real. I used to see them every day. And it's not, the department's not making that up. So how do we keep our jail safe? I mean, I'm gonna go on record again. I don't like the restraint desk, but I don't want to see people get hurt. Now, if the commissioner says a week, I believe her. I also believe the chief. They've really stayed firm on what their commitment is. Don't use restraint desks and secure. I don't think they've used it for 2.5 years. They've really focused hard. And I think, I would like to see maybe in a week, what are we going to do in a week? I mean, I know a lot of the board members are going to say, like, is it possible, like, do you have a resolution in a week? Is it, what direction are we going in? Because it's a little vague right now. But I know the reason why it's vague is because we dropped it on them really quick and they don't have an answer. So instead of lying, They got a week to give us an honest answer. So as much as I don't like the desk, as much as I feel like everybody else on this board feels, I feel if we don't give them that week, people can get hurt. If they don't have the resources, if they don't have the real estate to be able to do what needs to be done. Looking at that video brought back a lot of memories, and it's real. But back in the day, and I'm only gone for maybe 5 years, they weren't really going after offices like that. It's a new breed. They would go after each other, but they wouldn't go hard after offices. I'm not even sure if I've ever seen in my career. Maybe once or twice. I think in 1991, they heard Officer Narby. They went after his jewelry, and that's when the bridge got held up. It was a big thing. But after that, it's really never been, a shot at the correctional officers. Whole different age, whole different situation. We have to keep people safe. And if in a week we can get a plan to make everybody happy, I don't think a week is a long time. So I would be supportive to it. Even though, I would really like to see, what the plan is and be involved in it. I think we got to give the department an opportunity to keep people safe. Thank you.
Meg and others, again, maybe I'm still not clear. Is the department asking for a week to work on a plan to end the use of mechanical restraints and desks by April 15? Or Commissioner, if you could exactly say what you need in a week and what would be the next timeline, that would be helpful for me to understand better what we want to vote on.
I am asking Felipe for the week to have more discussions with staff on how we can safely move forward, more discussions with the board on coming to a compromise and a solution. And so at this point, I'm not saying no or yes to anything. I think we have to put our heads together to figure this out.
Okay, that's fair. So you need a week to come up with a plan, talk to others, to end the use of restraint desks at a later moment.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a sense what that later moment would be, or not yet?
Yeah, I don't think it's too far into the future, but we do need to have those conversations so that we all agree, so no one feels like it's not a workable solution.
Are you currently prepared to stop using restraint desks and shackling in ESH on April 15th? Is that your plan?
Well, that was the variance that instructed us to stop the use of the desks in April, and we were prepared for that.
So how are you going to do that?
Again, Dr. Cohen, this is something that needs to be discussed, not in the public meeting, but to work out the details with the board and the agency.
Well, I agree with, can you hear me now? Can you hear me? I agree with James Perino that that separation is critical and punishment is not critical. But separation is absolutely critical. And the department has not done what it needs to do to achieve this. But we should not sacrifice and humiliate and by use of the department has it doesn't, I don't know some of these people are in ESH. I couldn't understand why they could be in 10 days in R&D and then just all of a sudden appear in ESH, and that's 4/7 of the ESH1. If you need to If there's any room in secure, it should be used. I don't know. You're building, and I believe you're building a new secure unit in GRVC. That can be used, but I don't think that that a situation and basically, I'm worried about the continuation of this process for a long time. The department's failure to ask for an over the past week is a clear violation of the rules and intentional on your part. And the notion that you have adult program where SH has no educational capacity, and you use excessive increases every 6 months under your leadership. I'm not confident that anything is gonna happen in a week. If you tell us that, Jack, I'd be interested in hearing a discussion, but I have asked the leadership of the board for and said that I would support that, but I've not heard it from the department ever, and I have not heard about it today, and I've asked multiple times, and shackling is not acceptable. And if that's what the department wants, then vote.
Okay. I don't know if I can be heard. I literally fell out, was dropped from this meeting, don't know why, and just got back in about a minute ago. So it's unfortunate, but I missed what I believe was probably 10 minutes of very, very pertinent, very meaningful conversation. So I really don't have a clue where we are. I'm going to ask a few quick questions just to get a sense of where we are. As has been pointed out, and as all have, it seems all understand and appreciate, there was a plan for the department to end the use of shackling of young adults by April 15th, the restraint desks. Am I correct in understanding that that is not a commitment that the commissioner wants to make at this time, or is she still committed to that?
We were committed to following that edict from the board when it was issued.
Okay. And if that remains in place, are you committed to that?
Yes.
Okay. And in this 1 week's time, we would be looking at what your plan, you would be able to work with us to present your plan for the ending of shackling, restraint desks by April 15th. What's your plan?
That's correct.
Okay. Are there any other points of information that I may have missed in this last, in the last 10 minutes that I need to be made aware of before calling the vote?
I don't think so. I think that clarifies.
Okay, I do want
the conversation.
I do also want to, I appreciate the points made by Bobby concerning the what seemed to be a willful disregard of the board's decision not to uphold the variance. Is that my feedback? You all struggling to hear me? Okay. And at the same time, I'm also appreciating that that there had been a plan in place and that the board determined not to move forward with that plan back in February. So I guess I'm looking at this from multiple perspectives. That being the case, if there is no further comment, I would suggest that we move to vote on the requested variance. The requested variance is.
Can I have a question?
Sure.
Because spinning. I want to know if at the end of the week, we're going to learn what's going to happen in the future, and everybody has a point of view. And part of that will be to end the shackling. I don't know why. That's not how we began, and that's not what we've been hearing. And I'm not making that up. I mean, and Jennifer, I really appreciate, not that you were gone for a few minutes, but you came back and it sort of got on a plan on a ledge that I can see. But I want to make sure that that's what we're voting for, and it hasn't been easy to know what it is. It could be complex things that have to be put in motion, and there is time. And maybe even in this week there are things, but are we getting rid of the shackling?
Dr. Seifer, I believe that Commissioner Brand just answered those questions when Jennifer Jones Austin came back on. And so the variance that expired had a condition for the elimination of the desks by April 15th, and the department when the variance was active, had intended to comply with that. The board's action in February to let the variance lapse and refuse to hear the renewed variance request put us in a situation that Jennifer has described that was without a plan in its immediacy. And so what the department has been doing is we've been engaged in discussions, as the commissioner identified, both internally and with the board and with the support of the First Deputy Mayor Dean Fullahan as well, and to identify and to finish out in this next 7 days what shape, and that's why everything is on the table. What shape of the use of young adult ESH, if any, will the department maintain in this period between now and the implementation of the board's new rules, which were published for public comment under CAPA beginning yesterday. And so that's what this week is for, is to continue to take shape what that plan is and when those actions will be taken. Certainly under the prior existing variants, the department knew that the condition for the use of the desks in young adult ESH expired on April 15th. And so, that we're not rejecting that, but we appreciate that the board's action in February, put all of that into question in terms of the effect, the timing, and its continued use. And so we're committed to continuing that conversation to make that determination in consultation and with support of the board for a plan that supports safety for everyone in this interim period, because we all, the department, as the commissioner remarked and Jennifer remarked, with respect to the rules that have been published for promulgation after CAPA and public comment, we believe that those rules represent a path forward and a plan to end all punitive segregation and other restrictive housing, including ESH for adults, young adults, secure, et cetera, in a manner that promotes safety and well-being. And so that's we are looking for this week to finish this conversation, to continue to approach these issues pragmatically and with the shared goals with the Board of Correction in mind. And we appreciate the entertaining of this 1 week request.
And so let's just be clear. I just want to be clear. What you are asking for and what we may consider, what I'm hearing very clearly is that you would move to end the restraint desks in accord with the original timeline of April 15th, which is something that the board was good with. In a week's time, we will have a plan for what that will look like so we can be certain of it.
Correct.
Does everybody understand that? Are we, any other questions?
I don't understand it.
Yeah.
I don't understand it.
Wait, Felipe?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is what I'm getting, and I'm sorry for thinking out loud. The Department of Correction needs a week to solidify a plan, but they're committing to execute it and end the use of restraint desk by April 15. Is that correct, Commissioner?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
What she's saying is, and I'm not opining on this, I'm just being clear with everybody, that they would work to adhere to the original timeline that was set by the board in its proposed rule for April 15th. That in a week's time, we would have the plan for how that is to be done. That's what I'm hearing.
The plan doesn't include shackling.
The plan provided for the ending of shackling by April 15th for young adults and restraint desks by April 15th for young adults and for all persons by November.
Okay.
I hear that the department is asking for a week to do something different than end shackling. That's what I heard. In April 15th, which is 5 weeks from now, the department does not already have a plan for ending shackling since November. This is continuous, and I would like to hear the plan that the department has now for ending shackling. I believe that you would have to have, if you don't have a plan right now, I'm surprised, and actually it's hard for me to believe that you don't have a plan since you knew that this had to be done. So I'm a lot of disingenuousness to this discussion. Continuing it, and the whole presentation that we saw was not about discontinuing need. I'm only getting
right.
I still
I hear you.
should go ahead.
I hear you, Bobby, and I'd like to hear if there's anybody else. I must say though that I think that we have to be very careful in how we characterize. We all may receive things differently. What I appreciated was the department was helping us to appreciate that there are several concerns and there are competing concerns, and was asking us not to diminish or minimize the harms that other people experience. I think it's important. We all look at this through different perspectives and frames, and so I think that's important.
I'd like to add.
Can we?
Go ahead, Jackie.
Oh, I just wanted to make sure we're clear on if because I heard up front that we were voting on a 1 week variance. It doesn't sound to me like we're voting on a 1 week variance. It sounds like we're voting on something that extends until April 15th, and a condition of the variance that we're voting on is that we will see a more concrete plan within a week. That's where it sounds like this conversation has gone.
I think that's fair.
It didn't begin there.
I think that's fair.
No, it didn't. It ended as a presentation of a 1 week variance, but I think we should be clear as we're drawing close to a vote on what we are voting on.
Yes. And so to that end, I guess I would ask the commissioner if you want to amend the variance request, that it is 1 week with continuing as you have with ESH to develop and present to the board a plan that would end the use of restraint desks by April 15th.
My preference is to continue with the variance that we asked for, the 1 week, so we can have discussions, but obviously the board is free to amend that as it sees fit.
Jennifer, and I just would add that part of the contours of the presentation of our request for 1 week was that the board had, in not taking up the variance request at the last meeting, had allowed the entirety of young adult ESH to lapse. And so our understanding through our conversations, leading up to today, which again, we value and we appreciate that that action to remove all of young adult ESH may in fact not have been what is desired or could be determined. And so I think the idea of continuing conversations for a 1 week variance request to allow the department to utilize young adult ESH for the duration of 1 week to reach further conversation and determination of what the shape and the contours of young adult ESH looks like, and the desks are part of that conversation. Because again, I just want to position the board back that the entirety of young adult ESH was eliminated from the department, and I think to get folks in conversation and determine what, if anything, is comfortable for everyone in terms of the utilization of young adult ESH for the duration or period of time of transition, now that the rules have been published for CAPA, that will definitively eliminate ESH for everyone in its entirety. And so I think that's the shape of where we are coming from with respect to why it was positioned as a 1 week limited variance for the operation of young adult ESH, because we appreciated that the board had in fact in their inaction eliminated the entirety of all young adult ESH, not just the desks. And so that's the conversation we like to have latitude to finish in the next week.
And so based on that, what I'm hearing from you is that you would be looking for a 1 week variance. At the end of that time, we would have to come together and discuss whether we would grant a continuing variance or an emergency variance that would take us through April 15th. And ending
April 15th and beyond with respects to the non-desk components.
Yes, understood. Understood.
I believe that about this, we new discussion and with a modified allowance of the ESA. That's not, it's not a fair has offered, and I again keep hearing you saying that we're going to be having a broader conversation by say it.
You're going in and out, Bob. We heard it.
Can't hear it.
Yeah, if I can just interject, because Stanley had a point that he wanted to make or a question to raise about 10 minutes ago, and I just want to make sure he gets in.
Yeah, my question I think got cleared up with Jackie's question about, so we're asking for a 1 week, they're asking for a 1 week variance to come back with a plan about how they're going to end it by April 15th. And that will include the restraint desk and ESH overall. I'm clear on it.
That's what it appears to be. It changed.
Jennifer, can I say one last thing?
Please.
Yeah, I mean, talking about going back 5 years, hundreds of people in being punitive segregation, a waiting list of like over 6 months. What this board done, what the department done, what the advocates done is just like amazing. We've been talking about this for like 2 years now with the restraint desk. It's been going on forever. Now we're talking about 5 weeks and it's done. It's over with. I'm just saying, give the 5 weeks and let's do it in a safe way. And we know within a month, restraint desk is out of the picture. It sounds like the department has committed to that. You know, doing it quick now, after we've been doing it for like 2 years and put people in jeopardy, I think it's dangerous. And I must say it again, I hate the restraint desk. I think it's a horrible idea, but it's the only tool that the department right now in their toolbox has. You know, give them a few weeks, get another tool in there. You know, like I said, if they have staffing and if they had the real estate, I know Chief Jennings could fix it tomorrow. You know, open up house areas, put 2 or 3 people in there, put 3 offices in there, it's completed. But, you know, the department's, you know, struggling to just build the posts that they have now because of the current the crunch and also COVID-19 stricken in the department. You know, so if we're looking at 5 weeks and it's over forever, we've been doing this for years. I mean, that's amazing. And I think we should look at that on this vote today, not look at what happened before. Looked at in 5 weeks, it's over for good, and everybody's committed to it. That's a hard line, no matter what. It's over. I think it's something we should think about. Safety is the most important thing.
If I may just add that I appreciate the points that you're making, James. And I do want to note that the challenge, perhaps for many of the board members, is that we have found ourselves, you know, month after month, year after year, you know, providing an extended variance. And on this issue, I'm just going to be, enough is enough, right? Like if it's like April 15th is it.
Yep.
Yeah, I second that. It's like, and I hear what you're saying, James. I think part of the frustration is that this is not a new conversation. We have been articulating our concerns. Like ESH is not the problem, right? It's not ESH the model. It's the restraint desks. We got rid of the restraint desks, and they were able to manage ESH in a way without restraint desks. That wouldn't be a problem because that's going to end when we go into our new rule. But it's the restraint desk, and this is not the first conversation. I understand the operational challenges that the department has, and I commend the department for really thinking outside the box to reduce solitary confinement. We all see the numbers where they were years and years ago, where they're at today. But this is not a new conversation. I think that's what's really frustrating about it.
All right. I'm sorry. Forgive me.
No, Jen. I understood, Stanley. Thank you.
Are there any other?
Yeah, one thing that I think is important to mention, if the department is committed to come up with a plan within a week, execute it 5 weeks afterwards, and end by April 15, I'm hope and expect that time will be used to talk to participants in EHS, to talk to families, to talk to providers, to talk to DOE, to talk to many others who should be stepping up and helping them have a more safe facility. And that it would be a more comprehensive plan that is not just about segregating people and limiting their ability to move. It's also about really providing them good opportunities.
Well said. Well said. Are there other questions, comments, concerns? I do think it's important that if we are going to take this vote now, that we restate what it is that we are actually voting on. And so I want to make sure. Meg, have you captured it?
Yeah, so what I understand you all to be voting on is a 1 week variance. So reinstating the existing ESH variance for a period of 1 week. And in that time, DOC will develop their plan and we will consider a new variance that implements the plan to govern ESH through the implementation of the rule with restraint deaths ending on April 15th. Does that sound correct to everyone?
That is correct. I just want to clarify, is that ending EHS restraint desks for everyone or for young adults?
For young adults. Under the young adult ESH variant.
All right. Any questions on that? Comments?
When we have the variances, we
Bobby.
ask the department if they agree with it. Do they support this variance? Do they have any questions about it?
Thank you. Commissioner?
No, I have no questions and I support the variance as cited by Meg.
Thank you. Okay. I will, the proposed variance having been modified, I'm going to ask for a vote to move to an actual vote. May I have a motion to move to vote?
Motion.
Okay, so, and James will second?
Yes.
Okay. I will now take a roll call, beginning just the way my screen is set up with James.
Support.
Okay, Stanley,
Support.
Steve,
Support.
Bobby,
I do not support.
okay, Jackie,
Yes.
Marco,
Yes.
Felipe,
Yes.
and I support. Thank you. Okay, we will move to the next variance. The variance request concerns commingling. I don't know if that's my system that's giving some feedback, and so I'm going to ask everyone but Meg to mute and hear from Meg, and then we will consider this request.
Great. The department is requesting a renewal of the existing variance from minimum standard section 102C passed in January of 2021, which permits the department to commingle 19 to 21-year-olds with adults under limited circumstances, 18-year-old young adults with adults in new admission quarantine housing, and 18-year-old women at RMSC. The department has made notable progress in housing 19 to 21-year-olds in accordance with minimum standard section 102C since November of 2020. However, we'll note that the board staff remain concerned about the department's approach to developing individualized support plans. The board is encouraged by the planning work that the department is doing to create a positive mentoring program where adults are selected to work with and mentor young adults. A few key findings from the last couple of months between November 10th of 2020 and February 22nd of 2021, the proportion of 19 to 21-year-olds housed in young adult housing increased from 72% to 88%. As of February 22nd, only 11% of 19 to 21-year-olds in DOC custody were in commingled housing. 9% were in specialized units where commingling is permissible, and 2% were commingled due to their involvement in violence or their victimization. The variance requires all male young adults to be housed at RMDC. As of February 22nd, only 20% of young adults were housed outside of RMDC. Most of these young adults were in new admission quarantine units or restrictive units, including ESH, Secure, NIC, and NIC 2A, which is a structurally restrictive unit. The board received 15 commingling determinations from the department between December 21st, 2020 and February 16th, 2021. And there were notable improvements in the level and detail of the supporting documentation provided. Again, despite general improvements in the board's commingling, in the department's commingling reporting, board staff are concerned about the development of individualized behavior support plans, as there does not appear to be a consistent approach in guiding the development of these plans, and we are encouraging the department to develop a more consistent approach. I will now turn it over to the department to present their request.
We are.
Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Chief Stu speaking. I will be presenting and doing the request for the commingling variance for young adults 18 to 21 years old. Pursuant to sections 1-15F of the New York City Board of Corrections minimum standards, the New York City Department of Correction requests a 6-month limited variance renewal from board's minimum standards, section 1-02C1, which requires that individuals in custody ages 18 through 21 be housed separate and apart from individuals over the age of 21. The department requests this variance to take effect on March 17, 2021, the day upon which the current variance is set to expire.
Jennifer, you're muted.
All kinds of technical difficulties today. All righty, having heard the variance request and having heard from the department, I am going to ask if there's a board member who will move for us to vote on the requested variance.
I move.
And is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Let us now talk about any issues, questions, concerns, conditions. Are there any? We'll ask once more, any questions or concerns, any issues to be debated? Okay, hearing none, we will now vote on the proposed variance. And I just want to be certain that I am abiding by protocol, that, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm in a shared space with a shared printer, and so it may be creating some background noise where somebody else is printing. I apologize. Okay, I'm good. I just want to confirm, Meg, not having had any conditions proposed, can we move straight to vote?
There are existing conditions.
Okay, let's hear the conditions.
Which I will read through. Condition 1, the department shall house young adults ages 19 through 21 separately and apart from adults ages 22 and over in young adult only housing units unless the young adult is A, housed in a restrictive housing unit with less than 14 hours lockout, B, has engaged in violent or assaultive behavior towards staff or other people in custody, C, has engaged in actions that threaten the safety and security of the facility, D, qualifies for protective custody and cannot safely be housed in a young adult protected custody unit, E, is being quarantined as part of the new admissions process during the COVID-19 emergency, F, has applied and been accepted into the special considerations unit, G, has a centrally monitored case, or H, is a young adult housed at the Rose M. Singer Center. Condition 2, the department shall apply the factors enumerated in conditions 1A through H of this variance on a case-by-case basis and shall place a young adult in housing with adults only upon an individual determination that the young adult meets at least one of the criteria set forth in condition 1 of this variance. Condition 3, the department shall house male young adults only in the Robert N. Davron Center, RNDC, unless the young adult is housed in accordance with exceptions enumerated in condition 1A and 1D through G of this variance. The department shall, condition 4, the department shall develop an individualized behavior support plan for each young adult in commingled housing. Condition 5, all young adults in commingled housing shall have access to young adult programming and supports. Young adults commingled pursuant to condition 1B and 1C shall have access to the Peace Center at RNDC. Condition 6, the department shall consult with correctional health services programming and mental health staff prior to making each commingling determination. Condition 7, the department shall notify each young adult in writing of his placement in placement in commingled housing. Such notice shall be served upon the young adult within 48 hours of such determination and shall specify the criteria listed in condition 1A through H above, and the young adult's conduct upon which such determination is based. The young adult shall sign the notice indicating his receipt thereof. If the young adult refuses to sign, staff serving the notice shall indicate on the notice the person's refusal to sign. This requirement shall not apply to young adults commingled in new admission quarantine housing during the COVID-19 emergency. Condition 8, the department shall document each commingling determination in writing, which shall A, specify which of the criteria enumerated in condition 1A through H of this variance form the basis for housing the young adult in commingled housing. B, describe in detail the young adult's conduct, including the date, time, and place of such conduct that resulted in the determination to house the young adult in commingled housing, if applicable. C, include the young adult's individual behavior support plan and all CODs and incident report or other documentation supporting this determination. D, indicate how the placement is consistent with or will promote the goals of the young adult's individual behavior support plan. E, state what other young adult housing units were considered for placement of the young adult and the reasons why the young adult was not placed there. And F, the requirements for condition 8, B through E shall not apply to determinations made for young adults meeting criteria for condition 1E. Condition 9, the department shall send the board a biweekly report of all commingling determinations, including the reason for the determination and all supporting documentation. Condition 10, that during the pendency of this variance, the department shall provide the board with a weekly census showing A, in which housing units and facilities young adults ages 18 through 21 are housed, and B, the number of young adults who during that week were moved from commingled to young adult only housing. And condition 11, the department shall continue to provide the board with a monthly progress report on its implementation of the young adult plan and implementation of alternatives to punitive segregation, and provide its progress report for each month on the 10th business day of the following month. Those are our conditions. Jennifer, you're still muted. Jennifer, you're muted.
Okay, now I'm unmuted. If there is no debate on the conditions, the current conditions, then we will move to a roll call vote. And again, I will go through the list as it's laid out, beginning with Stanley.
Yes.
Stephen.
Support.
Bobby?
I don't support. Could the department please provide us with the PowerPoints that they said they had sent us before? I have never seen them, and just forgot to ask at that point.
Okay.
I don't know that they were provided to us.
Thank you. We'll revisit that in just a minute. Marco?
Yes.
Felipe?
Yes.
Jackie? James?
Support.
All right. And did I get you, Stanley? I believe I started with you, correct? Yes, okay, and I support. Okay, so that's 7-1. All right, at this point, we will turn to an update on COVID-19 and what is happening in the jails. It's a CHS and DOC update.
Yes, thank you. I will provide a quick overview of a quick update on the numbers, and then we'll turn it over to the department and CHS. Of course, we continue to applaud the work of DOC and CHS and their work to mitigate the spread of the virus. We are encouraged that people in custody and staff are becoming increasingly eligible for the vaccine. We believe that vaccination for all in the jails is essential to ending this emergency. And as CHS and DOC work diligently to ensure that those who are eligible receive the vaccine do so, we must continue to be vigilant, focusing on the rising population, efforts to allow for social distancing, a testing strategy that quickly and comprehensively detects spread in the jails, and mask use. Today, the board is releasing a report that presents findings and information from our review of complaints and concerns received, complaints, concerns, and requests for information received by the Department's Office of Constituent and Grievance Services, OCGS, from May 1st to December 31st. This is an update to the board's analysis covering the March and April period published in June of 2020. In preparing this report, the board sought to understand the key issues and concerns raised by people in custody, staff, and their respective families during the pandemic. From May 1st to December 31st, DOC received a total of 21,336 grievances. 6% of these were categorized as COVID-related. At the height of the pandemic last spring, OCGS received a total of 5,351 grievances, with 19% categorized as COVID-related. From May to December 2020, the jail population increased by 29%. The monthly total number of grievances received by OCGS increased by 111%, from a total of 1,728 in the month of May to 3,644 in December. And the number of COVID-related concerns increased by 197%, from 92 in May to 273 in December. This is a notable increase in the number of COVID-related grievances. This notable increase in the number of COVID-related grievances started in September and tracks the city's overall increase in COVID transmission, as well as the increase in the jail population. Concerns about lack of social distancing in the jails was the most frequent type of COVID-related grievance received by OCGS. Generally, people were most concerned about not being able to keep 6 feet apart and feared they were at greater risk of contracting the virus. The board's qualitative review of the COVID-related grievances showed a repeated pattern of concerns from people in custody about being housed with individuals who could potentially be COVID-19 positive, with 16% of grievances about people concerned with COVID exposure safety and 6% about the lack of COVID preventative measures. The board's review found that in 84% of these cases, the department completed detailed investigations which addressed all concerns in the grievance filed. We make 3 key recommendations. One, the city should prioritize decarceration and the department should reduce housing area capacity. This will minimize the spread of COVID-19 within the jails and from the jails to the community. Reducing housing area capacity would give people in custody and staff a better opportunity to practice social distancing, which would minimize the spread of the virus. 2, DOC and CHS should continue to work together with DOHMH on their COVID-19 public health campaign to communicate health risks and what actions people in custody and staff can take to protect their health and the health of those around them. And 3, CHS should provide COVID test results to people in custody in writing, which we hope will reduce fears for individuals who are concerned about their own health and help assure people that new individuals placed in housing units have been tested to keep people safe. For an update on overall numbers, the number of people in custody with confirmed COVID-19, both active and recovered, began to rise in November. As of March 1st, 10% of the population, or a total of 539 patients in jail, had confirmed COVID-19. This is active and recovered, with 1% of the population, or 59 patients, having an active COVID infection. CHS and DOC reported fewer new staff cases in February compared to January. CHS reported a total of 30 new staff cases in January and 19 in February. DOC reported a total of 153 new cases in January and 95 in February. And as of March 1st, the cumulative staff case count for DOC was 1,872 and 284 for CHS. The total population in the jails continues to increase at a concerning rate. On April 29th, there were 3,832 people in jail, which was a historic low. Since then, the number of people in jail has increased by 46%, reaching 5,577 on March 1st, which exceeds the jail population pre-pandemic. As of Friday, March 5th, New York City jails held 4,878 people in pretrial detention, 180 people serving a city sentence, 254 people held on technical parole violations with no open case, 255 people in custody for other reasons, that could be state sentenced or state ready, and 808 people ages 50 or over, including 59 of those ages 50 or over solely on a technical parole violation. The proportion of people housed in units above 50% capacity began to decrease in November as COVID cases in the jails began to rise. Since November, the proportion of the jail population in units above 50% capacity has decreased by 18% from 82% on November 1st to 67% on March 1st. Between February 27th and March 5th, the average daily population in housing areas above 50% capacity was 3,601, 70% of the average daily population in custody. As of March 1st, 2021, the board staff estimates that to achieve 50% capacity in all levels, general housing population area, in all general population housing areas, the department would need to rehouse approximately 972 people in GP units, that's 479 in cell units and 493 in dorm units, and open a minimum of 31 general population units. Additionally, 72 people in mental health units and 86 people in protective custody housing units would need to be rehoused. Since the testing rates from November to December has increased, since December, there have been 2 to 3 tests administered for every 100 people in custody. As of Sunday, March 7th, there were 32 active infections among people in custody and a 7-day average positivity rate of 1.70%. Finally, at the January and February meetings, we discussed visiting and other critical services. Since March, as we've noted, since March, normal jail operations have been significantly reduced, including the suspension of visiting congregate religious services and law library. Board members and staff met with DOC staff to discuss video visiting and the resumption of in-person visiting. It was a productive discussion, and the department indicated that it would explore ways to improve scheduling and notification to families engaging in video visiting. And we also committed to continuing discussions on the best ways to safely resume in-person visiting as soon as possible while maintaining video visiting as an option. I will now turn it over to DOC and CHS to provide their updates.
Commissioner, do you want to go or do you want us to go?
Patsy, well, you guys go first. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Meg, for going through our numbers. I'll just repeat them because I was asked to do that every public meeting. Our 7-day positivity rate average is 1.67%, which is significantly lower than the citywide rate. We were asked about new admission versus non-new admission. Clearly, the hiatus and the pause that we had in the summer where cases were all really new admission, we obviously are not in that phase anymore. Have not been 4 months. They're pretty close in terms of new admission. The positives have been 1.4%, whereas non-new admission positives is 2.0. So it's a very small difference, but we've got in-jail transmission. We continue to work with DOC to use testing to inform housing decisions. Again, we are still using containment as one of our 3 main strategies. We continue to advocate for release of patients and to write letters related to their risk for COVID. We continue to do testing, which I gave you the results of. The newest armament in our containment strategy is obviously vaccination. We have reported consistently to the board and to anybody else who asks that we think vaccination is the game changer and critical. And since December of last year, CHS has been advocating for state approval to offer vaccination to everyone in custody, again, not related to their health or age, but due to the characteristics and the nature of the environment in a congregate carceral setting. We are remaining hopeful that the state will approve that. We've introduced some new arguments to the state, which we hope will carry some weight where we have not been successful yet. We have to date among the patients who are eligible under the current guidelines from the state, vaccinated 823 people have received at least a first shot. 40% of those have completed their vaccination. We continue on an ongoing basis to educate and reach out to our patients as to the importance of vaccination. Again, we are not considering anybody, even with vaccine hesitancy, to be a refusal. We consider them to be carefully deliberating and weighing their own risks with all the information that we can give them and speak to their concerns. And so as they deliberate, we will continue to speak with them and offer vaccine on a rolling basis. Our staff, 94% of our staff who have been vaccinated have completed their vaccination. Of course, this was an earlier effort than we began with our patients. We still do remain the first correctional facility that's ever offered vaccine, certainly on a voluntary basis to our patients. And I think that's the numerical update.
Can I add one thing to Patsy's presentation, which you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I think you hit all the right places that we need to continue to move, and vaccination, the vaccine for as many as possible is key. I'd add one thing that I think we're all feeling, but we need to hone in on it, which is the 4 different court systems. For one reason or another, the courts they're not really seeing people in the numbers that they need to be doing. And I suspect that part of the problem is that they're afraid of catching the virus. So I think that should be another area that gets the vaccine earlier because of what they're doing, and we should be encouraging them to be as on this as they had been before this all began.
Yeah, I mean, I think early on last spring, the courts were one of the first to shut down, and they are one of the more challenging to reopen up to a normal operation. We totally agree with you, Dr. Safer, and support that. DOC has helped us in terms of getting virtual and remote access to courts where they offer that, but that is not universal and it's not expedited, and our patients are in fact, in reality, lingering longer than they need to or ought to. And apart from the physical aspects of staying in jail longer than you may need to, is the psychological and emotional lack of certainty and control or even knowledge of what's happening or when they can expect something to happen. So that is not adding to the well-being overall of our patients. I neglected to mention on vaccination that we did, we're first in Health and Hospitals to start using J&J also. So we are now Pfizer and J&J. So we're excited about that access. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you, Patsy. So for the Department of Corrections, our sanitation protocol has not changed since the beginning of the pandemic. Today, we are rolling out the distribution of cloth masks to supplement the distribution of the surgical masks for all of our staff and people in custody. So we've distributed already today 6,284 cloth masks, and 784 of those were distributed as vaccine and testing incentives. So we are enhancing the ability of people who believe that they cannot social distance, their ability to protect themselves. With regard to our population, it has increased, and we are concerned about that as well. We have approximately 300 people who are state ready, and we are hopeful that the state will start taking them as promised on the last day of March. And we have been working very closely with CHS and the state in order to make sure that the folks who are state sentenced and ready to go will be able to go when the state opens their doors back up to them. With regard to the population that we have control over in releasing, which is less than 200, Dr. Beal and her staff continue to review anybody who is sentenced to city time with a risk assessment and a file review to see if they are safe to be released to the community. She continues that throughout their stay here and again reviews them when they're several months from their review process. So I'll turn this over to the First Deputy Commissioner to talk about our vaccination program.
Good afternoon. This is Linnell McGinley-Liddy. I just want to give you an update that the department continues to provide convenient on-site testing opportunities and information to staff and has removed the barriers to access by providing dedicated transportation to and from the jails and testing location, as well as backfilling a staff member's position so that testing can be conducted during their tour. The department continues to also provide the opportunity for staff to get vaccinated on site and has done so at GMDC. For the past 3 weeks, done so for 7 days a week from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. In addition, we've provided the opportunity to get vaccinated at VCBC on February 8th, 9th, and 15th. The department's internal communication staff with the Office of Public Information has developed and implemented a robust communication strategy and regularly communicates with staff through emails, posting of information on DOC TV, posters, flyers, and the DOC opportunities for sharing information, and regularly communicates with staff so that they're aware of the opportunities on site. On February 13th, the department hosted a family vaccination day at GMDC from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. And active DOC staff members could bring a child, sibling, spouse, domestic partner, parent, step, or foster parent, parent-in-law, or grandparent. They could also bring along a relative residing in their household, and each relative needed to provide documentation that they were currently eligible for the vaccine pursuant to the New York State guidelines. The department also assisted with ensuring that there was transportation to and from if staff could not access the island in their own vehicle. The department continues to make available a video presentation from CHS of their staff vaccine information session, questions and answers, and the department continues to provide incentives and recognition to staff who participate in testing and vaccination initiatives on site, offering DOC mugs, notebooks, pens, reusable masks, and a special DOC design Crush COVID sticker modeled after the popular I Voted sticker. The department supports CHS's efforts to educate the patient population in custody regarding vaccine safety and eligibility, including the wide distribution of information via weekly COVID flyers. As of yesterday, the department, we've had over 1,500 staff members who were vaccinated, and we continue to educate staff about the opportunity to get vaccinated, and we continue to provide the initiatives to staff.
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead, Bobby.
Patsy, that was a very good to hear presentation. What new arguments have you made to the state to convince them to give vaccinations to everyone? I strongly support that. I agree with you that is a critical element of the strategy for all people who work and live in the jails to be vaccinated. What new arguments did you provide them?
Yeah, that it was a different angle. My discussions have been, I understand that the state's view is that with the current standards, the current eligibility guidelines, some of the highest risk people are permitted. And I just see that the governor just said effective tomorrow, he's dropping the age down to 60. That won't add a big number of people eligible, but it's important. Every individual who gets vaccinated is important. And given our first exception, which the state calls it an exception, again, where the people who we made the analogy that they were clinically like the people who live in nursing homes or in residential community facilities that are operated by OMH and OPWDD and OASAS. And that was really helpful. That kicked us off in January 6th. And then we since followed suit whenever the 75-year-olds or the 65-year-olds, and more recently in the middle of last month, opening it up to comorbidities, we've extended that to our patients. People who are in detention were never explicitly included in the criteria, but nor were they excluded in the criteria. So we believe that and we moved on that assumption that everybody, regardless of carceral status, in those clinical categories or age categories, qualify. I'm sorry, the long-winded background on that one, Bobby. So more recently, when I tried to say, because it was interesting that the 1B category, I think it was 1B, included residents of homeless shelters. And I had been trying to make the case that, in my mind, I had thought that the people who are in detention are certainly in a congregate setting, unlike, very much like a shelter. But in fact, the people who are in detention have less mobility and agency to leave the shelter on a daily basis or to separate or to choose a different environment. But I think what the interesting thing was that there was concern that people leaving the shelters, it's not only to offer vaccine to them, to protect them while they are living in the shelter, but also to protect the community when they leave the shelter. And so the analogy here is that for many of our patients, particularly the short turnaround times, I agree, we've got a lot who are, younger people who are not eligible, but, with a median length of stay of about 18 days, there are people who are coming in, staying with us 24 hours or longer, a few days, 18 days, 2 weeks, in an environment where the virus is being transmitted and then leaving. And so that's really what I've been trying to convey.
Any other board
Certainly.
member questions?
Excuse me?
Other board member questions? Bob, you have another question?
Yes. I have another comment and question. We had asked Mokjay to appear at this meeting, and we had asked Mokjay to appear at the February meeting, and they refused to appear to discuss the increased incarceration policy of the city of New York. I appreciate that the department has also expressed its concern about this issue, but I just must make clear that that it is a reversal. You saw in the slides that the department that the board staff put up, that there are more people present, more people incarcerated in the jail than there were before the mayor initiated the decarceration program last year, and that's a tragedy. And people will get infected. More people will get infected because of it, and they will spread the infection outside the jails. And that is something that the board will, and as you have continued to speak out again, but it's depressing that Mokjay is refusing to talk to the board, and I believe that they've reversed their policy of decarceration, and it will have tremendous effect in going forward. One other thing is, I think the housing slides, we did not include a housing slide showing over 75% capacity. I still would urge the department to allow for 6 feet separation. Our grievance report reflected the feeling of people in the jails, and I know that the Department of Corrections staff feels the same way, and the department should not have a policy of allowing more than 50% capacity within the jails, and I look forward to you changing it, and I can't imagine that anybody would endorse it.
And we should help the department by calling on the city to immediately enact de-incarceration, so we could reduce the population as swiftly and safely as we can. Any other board members? Questions? Patsy, could you talk? You said 823 people got their first shot, 40% of them completed. What was the total number of eligible people?
So that's the $1 million question, Stanley, because it fluctuates every day as people come in and out. We run these by line listing, so we actually are talking about the people who are in custody at a moment in time. It's constantly changing, but the existing governor's eligibility criteria, it ranges from about 1/3 to about 40% of the people in custody who are eligible for a vaccination.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Okay, no other questions. I want to thank CHS for your continued work on addressing COVID-19, your continued advocacy on the state level to ensure that some of our most vulnerable community members are safe and taken care of and prioritized. I want to thank the department for working with CHS to try to keep our jails as safe as we can. We still have some work we need to do, but I just want to acknowledge the work that has been done and the advocacy that's been done to bring about change. So thank you all.
Thank you, Stanley.
We're now going to go into public comment.
One second, Stanley, just one comment.
Go, Bobby.
I just want to express the concern that was raised by COBA about double and triple shifts. That they were forced to act forced to take because there was not enough staffing in the department. That is dangerous for their safety and for the safety of the jail. I was wondering what the department. I don't want to keep it too long. I want to raise that issue. Perhaps we could have it on the agenda next time and ask the department for a staffing analysis of what of what's going on right now. This is related to housing, overcrowding of housing as well, and to as James Perino raised, for the potential need for a new class in the academy. So I just want to raise it right now and ask the department to if they will help us understand that issue at the next meeting.
Thank you, Bobby. And I'd just like to add a framing on that. I think it is hard for folks to understand when we have 10,000 officers. We heard that 1,000 officers are out almost every day because of the COVID or related sickness. That's a great question, and we should, if the department is prepared to answer, to respond now, but perhaps take a deep dive, because that is a concern that COBA raised, and we just need to better understand it.
So we'd be happy to explain how 10,000 staff members don't actually equate to available staff members because of different statuses that they're in. So we can send that to you in advance. But I just want to say nobody wants anybody to work any longer than they have to. And so when someone is stuck on post, it's because someone else has not come to work or is available to take that post. And so our Assistant Chief of Administration works every single day, every tour, to make sure that she is working with each facility to clear out those people who are on overtime to replace with someone who has come to work. And so I also want you to know the number. It's 8,900 units on staff. And so take 1,000 off that, and we can delineate how many people are not available from that 7,900 and how that all works. So I'd be happy to do that. So we agree with COBA. We don't want anybody working any longer than they have to, because they're tired and it's dangerous for them, and we make every effort to get them off post as absolutely humanly possible.
In light of what you just said, just a question. If somebody calls in sick and they come back the next day, are they tested or looked at? Or, I mean, how are we dealing with that? Because that's a real issue.
So it depends how long somebody is out for. If they're out for a period of time, they have to have a doctor's note and be cleared by HMD per policy to come back to work. So again, that's not a definitive yes or no answer. There are different circumstances surrounding that.
And I just, Dr. Safer, would just clarify that when we have approximately 1,200 staff out sick today, only a fraction, a handful, maybe at most 100 are out for any COVID or flu-like stated reasons, and those we follow, protocols with respect to either negative test or periods of quarantine or clearance from their treating physician. The majority of our staff who are out sick, however, are out sick for any variety of other ISO stated reasons, and their return to duty is again in partnership with their treating physicians and with review and approval for fitness for duty from our health management division.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, we're going to move into public comment. I have a list of speakers who signed up. I'm going to call every person's name. When you hear your name, please raise your hand using the hand icon below the participants list on your WebEx screen. If you don't see the participants list, click on the silhouette of a person on the menu at the bottom of your screen. Once you open the participants list, you should see the hand icon in order to raise your hand. When you raise your hand, we will unmute you, and you will be able to turn on your video. You can then begin your public comment. I will tell you when it has been 3 minutes and we will move to the next speaker. The board also welcomes written comment. You can email written comment to boc@boc.nyc.gov or mail to 1 Center Street, room 2213, New York, New York, 1007. I will now call on our first speaker, Kayla Simpson. Okay,
Hi, can you all hear me?
yes.
Oh, wonderful. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kayla Simpson, staff attorney at the Prisoners' Rights Project at Legal Aid Society. And I was thinking this morning about how a year ago, almost to the day, I was back in front of you in person, if you can even imagine that, talking about concerns about COVID-19 in New York City jails. And there was so much uncertainty and fear and foreboding, I'm sure we all remember. And that brings me to the fact that, I get up and make points about some of the same serious issues every month. And this year, I know comments to you have been quite focused on the virus. And one thought that struck me as I was preparing to speak to you today was how important it is not to become accustomed to severe problems just because they persist, not to become numb to threats to health and life, threats against human minds and bodies just because they keep happening. And that's one reason that I will not stop talking in these comment periods about the density of housing areas during a pandemic that is ongoing. And we're not the only ones who are worried about it. You can look at the Twitter feeds of some of the doctors and leadership at CHS who've been quite vocal about this recently. And who else is worried about it are the people locked inside the walls of the jails, sort of illustrated by Meg Egan's comments about the grievance report. And as strong as I thought that the uncertainty and the fear and the foreboding was in March 2020, in March 2021, the place that I and we all hear some of the most fear and despair about this virus is in the voices of the people in Rikers Island who literally cannot protect themselves. The population, as you've heard, is higher than when I stood before you a year ago. 67% of the entire jail population, and again, that is 3,528 people, are in a housing unit that is above 50% capacity. Half of those people are in dorms. And a year in, we've learned a lot about this virus. And one thing that we know is that to put more people in a congregate living space is to put them in literal danger. And no one is doing anything. No one's doing anything. Commissioner Brand says she can't. City Hall is absent. No DAs are at this meeting being held accountable for how often they seek the bail that sends people to jail. Judges remain unmoved in how they are using their discretion. And the state still withholds vaccines from people in custody, roughly 2/3 of the population, according to Dr. Yang's approximations today. And despite CHS's ongoing request to vaccinate their patients, which again, we thank them for. And variants loom, threatening higher transmissibility, resistance to immune responses potentially, and a potential for reinfection. And every month I come up here and I talk about how we'd never accept this in any other setting, which we wouldn't. We wouldn't accept this in a grocery store. And yet we all continue to accept it. We can't grow numb to it. And we see the same thing happening in Nunez, to be honest with you. Every single monitor's report comes out and I march in here and I say, I'm counsel for the plaintiff class in Nunez, and the monitor is once again reporting the highest use of force rates in the life of the consent judgment. The monitor talks about dehumanizing. All I'm trying to say is that this is a failure. Packing people in dense congregate spaces during an ongoing war against infectious disease is a failure. It has a cost paid in minds and bodies. And I just urge us all to not accept these things as normal just because they persist. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Kayla. Our next speaker will be Melania Brown.
Can you please turn on the camera if you can?
Unfortunately, because of the device you're using, I'm not able to turn on the camera.
Okay. My name is Melania Brown. I am the sister of Leilene Polanco. My baby sister passed away on June 7th, 2019. in solitary confinement alone. I wanted to show, the reason I asked to turn on my camera is because I wanted to show the video of the correctional officers when they were in her cell doors, how they neglected her, and instead of checking her every 15 minutes, they were checking on her every 45 minutes to an hour. The presentation of the pictures of the boys attacking the correctional officers. But you guys only show one side of the story. You guys don't show full transparency of the whole situation that goes behind those walls. What these correctional officers do to these humans behind those walls. I'm sure everyone heard when Martin Luther King said a riot is the language of the unheard. He didn't say that for no reason. These individuals are not attacking and acting out for no reason. First of all, they are in cages. They are treated like animals, okay? The correctional officers get away with what they do. You guys want to start making a real change? Start holding the correctional officers accountable for their actions. The ones that did what they did to my sister, instead of helping her, they laughed at her. They only got internal punishment. You guys want to make a change? The same way these individuals that are back in those behind those walls are doing their time for their crimes is the same way these officers should be accountable for their own actions. You want to make a change with behind those walls with your own employees. I'm very upset that I couldn't show that video, but I'll get to resurface it again for the public's view, because we forget what these humans go through behind these walls. Look what happened to my sister. My sister's a prime example of what the neglect, the inhumane ways that these individuals are being treated. She was human. It's very alarming to me that this new program, RMAS, is giving the correctional officers the option to decide whether they should move through the program, get out, who could go in and when they could get out. When these same correctional officers are behind those walls doing what they're doing already. I don't see a difference. It's just solitary confinement, and you guys just changed the name and slightly tweaked a little something in there. But it's the same exact thing to me. And human interaction is not just having interaction with just one human. How about those two, they don't want to talk? That's not human interaction, okay? That's just putting two people that are mentally being abused in an inhumane situation together. That is not interaction. I will submit my statement as well. You guys have a good day.
You too. Thank you. Our next speaker is Brad Mauer. I see your hand, Brad.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brad Mauer. I am a staff attorney with New York County Defender Services, and I want to talk today about the jail population issue, because the COVID-19 pandemic basically forced the hand of the city in a massive decarceration project that had really never been undertaken before at that scale. And what we should have learned from the spring of 2020 is that this massive decarceration did not lead to the kinds of public safety consequences that we've all been warned about for years and years if the jails were to be depopulated in the way that people have been pushing for a very long time. Unfortunately, we don't seem to have learned this lesson, and instead we have gone in the exact opposite direction toward increasing our jail population to the point where we have now raised it back above where we started when we undertook this decarceration project in the first place. And what that amounts to is a few things. Number one, we have put tons of people, both inside and outside the jails, in harm's way needlessly in the middle of a pandemic. And that's continuing to happen because the jail population isn't going to just settle back to where it was. It's continuing to rise week after week after week. And the pandemic is just not over. And I'm very heartened to see that the numbers in the last couple of weeks have improved inside the walls of the jails, but there's no guarantee that that's going to continue. And it's just unbelievable to me that we have squandered the opportunity to keep the jail population anywhere near a level that's needed to close Rikers Island, which is something that, a broad spectrum of political actors seems to agree, at least on paper, that we need to do. And we've squandered our best opportunity to do it. So I'm asking the board, I'm asking the department, and everyone that has power to reverse this really despicable, to turn back to where we were. It's incredible to me that we've allowed ourselves to get back to this place where the jail population is rising with no end in sight. And so I'm asking the board to do everything in its power. I'm asking the department to consider that releasing 300 people that had city sentences in the spring had no appreciable impact on public safety, that in fact that was an incredibly successful program and they should be proud of that work and they should be continuing that work today. And it's unconscionable to me that they've decided that now that perhaps the political winds have shifted, that now everybody's too unsafe to release that's in on a city sentence. So I'm hoping that the board can lend some oversight to that process. And I'm hoping that the department will reverse this position that basically the spring just proved incorrect. And I'm hoping that we can get the conversation back to a place of decarceration being urgent, not just because of the pandemic, but because it's the right thing to do and it's the right thing. And everyone who says that they agree needs to start acting like it. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you. Our next speaker is Harmony Seberg. See your hand, Harmony.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Hello, my name is Harmony Seberg. I'm a social work intern at Brooklyn Defender Services. As a jails advocate, I work specifically people who are incarcerated in restrictive housing units. I hear very similar stories from many people in custody. They don't have access to due process. Many are only allowed to leave their cell to shower, and even then, it doesn't happen every day. People don't have access to laundry service, clean clothes, books, and report unsanitary conditions with nothing to clean their cell. During a recent visit, I met with a man who, despite requesting supplies, felt his only option was to rip off the bottom part of his pants to use it as a rag to clean his cell. We send referral after referral, but it's clear that the minimum standards are mere suggestions with no repercussions if not followed. And our community members are the ones who are incarcerated and the ones who are suffering. I met with a man last week who is housed in punitive segregation, and he asked me to share the following statements with the Board of Corrections and the Department of Correction today. And I'm going to share his words. Quote, "We need programs in here. The tablets don't do much and there's barely anything on them. We want education. We want to better ourselves, but books aren't even accessible. We need something to keep our minds off of our cases, movies, TV, anything. I have a good relationship with the COs, but their mindset is spray first and ask questions later. That's no way to treat people. And cleaning is terrible in here. Especially with COVID going on, it's so scary for us and there's nothing we can do. It's unfair that we have to live like this. There's no laundry and they can't even change our sheets in the box. I have to hand wash all of my clothes in the sink. They don't even give us cleaning supplies to do that right. We aren't getting haircuts or nothing, and they're blaming COVID for everything, but it was bad before COVID too. We need our religious services back. People are losing their minds in here, not having anywhere to go to pray. Religious people need to have somewhere to go to be together and someplace in peace. It's not always comfortable doing that in the day room with other people around. People go crazy when they aren't given anything to do, and they get restless and act out." End quote. And at the end of our visit, he gave suggestions of having people currently in custody at these BOC meetings. There's no excuse, especially in the time when we're all remote, to not allow people in the city jails to be present for these public hearings. And for us, that we can all hear directly from the people in custody as this board votes on conditions that will impact them the most. And I'd also like to add a thank you to Dr. Cohen for his comments today and reminding the public that this department, they are under a federal monitor for a brutality case. The department has dragged their feet and bringing quote unquote change like the commissioner spoke about today. And we are deeply troubled the department came to this meeting with no specifics and no plan to end the torturous practice against young adults. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Harmony. Thank you for that suggestion as well. Our next speaker is Martha Greco. I see your hand, Martha.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Martha Greco, I am a staff attorney at the Bronx Defenders. The grim reality is that this month marks 1 year since we all sat in horror, waiting as our clients were overtaken by the coronavirus disaster. This month last year was the last in-person hearing the board held. I remember one detail of that board hearing very distinctly. Chief Jennings stated that DOC is better equipped to manage the crisis because it went from 900 to 1,200 people going to court on a daily basis to, by early March 2020, 400 to 500 people going to court on a daily basis, which we know was because of bail reform. Bail reform saved lives. Bail reform came from the advocates, from the communities impacted by incarceration. Let's not forget that DOC opposed the elimination of solitary confinement for young people. They said the sky would fall. ESH was only created because they had to create something in the wake of pressure from advocates to end solitary confinement. And now they're saying ESH is a tremendous tool for reducing violence. Good ideas come from communities impacted by incarceration, holding the line for human rights, and not from people who have a fundamental stake in keeping people locked up. Tomorrow at the budget hearing, you will hear them cry for a bigger budget and more hires. The perspective of those who testified today in support of continuing extremely restrictive and dehumanizing settings perpetuates the myth that victims and perpetrators of violence are separate camps. But we know that they're interchangeable, and that's why only restorative and never punitive methods will increase safety in the jails. The commissioner claims that we, the community members and advocates, shouldn't be listened to because we look at the jails from the outside. But we are begging to be let in. Let advocates participate in the disciplinary process through access to counsel. Let us see this portfolio of paperwork they use to justify a person's placement in ESH. Show it to the person in custody. What is DOC hiding and why? The commissioner wants you to believe that people in custody who commit violent acts in the jails, in her words, show no remorse and would absolutely hurt people again given the chance. Beware of this tool. If DOC can sufficiently dehumanize our clients in your minds, then you will be more willing to permit them to do anything they want. I am sure this board understands that DOC is a security organization, not a social work organization. It is not a medical organization, and it is not a legal organization. Yet this new rule entrusts DOC to be all of those things. It is mind-boggling. Thank you.
Thank you, Martha. Our next speaker will be Frances Gateles.
She's no longer in the room, Tim.
Okay. Then we have Scott Alteridge.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Scott.
Okay, thank you. I will focus my remarks on the proposed rule. There is such a tremendous historic opportunity right now to end solitary confinement once and for all in New York City. Born out of the depths of despair, torture, and death of our fellow New Yorkers, and following massive public outcry that poured forth from everyone, from people rising in the streets against racist state violence to presidential candidates, the mayor of this city and this board finally promised to fully end solitary confinement. This board, the city council speaker, the public advocate, the comptroller, council members, have all called for a complete end to solitary and have all claimed to understand that isolation does not improve safety but worsens it. We are at a true inflection point with an historic opportunity to actually move toward even a glimmer of racial justice and human rights. But this proposed rule is not it and is so far from it. This proposed rule perpetuates the horrific idea that treating people as less than human is somehow okay and is somehow going to miraculously improve safety when all evidence indicates otherwise. This rule would create solitary by another name and allow people to be held in such isolation indefinitely. In many ways, a step backward rather than a step forward. The rule takes some of the most punitive and isolated units in the system and makes them the basis and model for this new regime. And it envisions that the city is going to spend precious resources to construct more of these units that are abhorrent to humanity. Putting people in small cages with potentially another person in the same cage or potentially a separate nearby cage, and holding people in those conditions for months and even indefinitely is not how any human being should be treated. For at least the last 10 years that I've been involved, this board has been hearing about how what actually works to address violence are opportunities for real and meaningful human engagement and pro-social programming. Experts have spoken ad nauseum about programs like CAPS right here in the city and Merle Cooper and the RSVP program. The proposed alternatives to solitary in this rule are essentially the exact opposite of these programs. It is not difficult. Treat people as human beings and allow them to engage with other people in spaces and in manners that are suitable for human beings. As you consider the rules and during this public comment period, I truly hope you will consider how you would want yourself or your own loved ones to be treated, and whether you would ever want them to be locked in whatever units and conditions you ultimately approve. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Our next speaker is Karina Midden Birkenheimer. My apologies if I got your name wrong.
Stan, I think the next two speakers are together, reading a statement together. So I'm going to put that person up as well.
And that's Lena, Karina and Lena.
Yes. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Karina Minden, and I and Lena Zikansky will be reading a statement on behalf of a person incarcerated at Rikers regarding solitary confinement. Here is the statement. I'm 28 years old. I was born and raised in the Bronx, where I lived in a New York City Housing Authority project with my mom. She was a single mom and she did the best she could, but it was difficult. My grandmother helped out financially, but when I was in 8th or 9th grade, she moved to North Carolina, so she couldn't be there as much. I always went to public school in the Bronx, and it was mostly a good experience. But when I started high school at a big school with thousands of students, I started experiencing a lot of violence in my day-to-day life at school. Despite this, I graduated high school and was accepted to Mohawk Valley Community College, but I never got to go. In 2010, when I was 18 years old, I was arrested and sent to the Robert N. Devoren complex on Rikers Island. Since 2010, I have been moved around a lot. When I was 19, I got moved to the George R. Vierno Center. I've been moved within GRVC and bounced back and forth countless times between GRVC and the Otis Bantam Correctional Center, where I would be placed in solitary confinement. I have been sent to the box a number of times. It's usually for about 60 days, but once I was there for 6.5 months. When you get put in the box, you're supposed to get a hearing, but sometimes officers haven't come to get me for my hearing, telling the adjudicator that I refused to come, so I got sent to the box without being able to share my side of the story. You're supposed to be able to appeal the decisions, but I know it's pointless. I've tried appealing before and I just haven't gotten a response. In general population, you can go to the commissary and buy extra food. It's expensive, but over time you can get a lot of snacks in your room. When they put you in the box, they throw all your food away. Then while you're there, you can't buy any more. You only get the meals they bring you, and it's just not enough food. So when you're in the box, you're hungry. They're also supposed to provide us with rec time, but it's a joke. The person signing you up for rec time will come by at about 5 a.m. when everybody's sleeping. They won't wake you up or do anything to make sure you know they're there. And if you miss them, you don't get any rec time. Then, even when you do manage to sign up, rec time is just moving from your cage inside to another cage outside. The cage outside is about 8 feet by 16 feet and in a confined yard where you still don't feel like you can get any fresh air. We're also supposed to have access to the law library, but they do the same thing with that as with rec time. Someone will come by early in the morning before you're awake, and if you miss them, you can't get anything from the law library. Even when you notice them come by, there isn't much provided in the law library. Now Lana will read the second half of the statement.
In the box, we do not have access to the regular library. So if you didn't already have books or magazines, you couldn't get any. You only get 2 15-minute phone calls or one 21-minute phone call per day. You can see all the time alone with nothing to do starting to affect people. You start to notice erratic behavior and depression, even from people who seemed normal when they got there. It can be really hard to watch. Counselors come around about twice a week, but I don't feel like they helped or like they would have helped if I'd had a problem. When I'm in the box, the worst thing is the noise. I hear people screaming for help for hours, trying and failing to get an officer's attention. We have to depend on officers to bring us everything when we're in there, but a lot of the time they ignore us, so people yell as loud as they can to try to get the officers to come. The other people will start banging on their cells to try to help to get the officer's attention, but they just ignore us, so it can go on for hours. Sometimes I could see or hear people having a medical emergency, and the officers still wouldn't come. They don't give us the help we need if we're having a medical issue. In the box, I saw somebody calling for medical help and getting totally ignored on a weekly basis. If we have an issue, officers don't believe us. They think we're just trying to get out of our cell. When I got sick, I didn't get the care that I needed. In March of 2020, I contracted COVID. They sent me to a hospital facility for 9 days and then sent me back to regular housing. They didn't give me any medical treatment except for ibuprofen, and they didn't test me again to make sure I was negative before I went back. The people in my housing unit wanted to get tested, and the officers refused to take them to a clinic. I have been assaulted several times while incarcerated, both by officers and by other inmates. Once I was jumped by other inmates, then when a CO broke it up, he punched me in my face. They just took me back to my cell after that. I didn't get any medical attention. In the box, if you're refusing to do something, they'll come in and extract you, which usually means they're going to beat you. I've been extracted once in OECC 3 Southwest. The officers came to do a 3-point search. Usually when they do this, you have to take your clothes off, but you can keep your boxers on. This time, they wanted me to get completely naked so they could search me. I don't think this is regulation, and I didn't want to do it. 5 or 6 officers came into my room, fought me to the ground, punched and kicked me in the face, put me in handcuffs so tight that they hurt, and continued to strike me while I was defenseless. There needs to be more oversight here. Officers need to be held more accountable. The box doesn't work. I've seen people go in the box and be threatened with it, even when there was no limit on how long you could spend in there, and it doesn't change anyone's behavior. We need more programs, not harsher punishments. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Grace.
Hi, good afternoon. Hi, good afternoon. Kelly Grace Price. I'll submit my written testimony. I wanted to add a couple comments about what I heard from the Department of Correction this morning. I heard them ask for an extension to a variance request that was denied last month, and that the board has given repeated warnings about the end drawing near to, and I heard the board respond by granting that request. Everything that we ever hear out of the department is about modifying behavior and changing behavior. But what the board has just done by condoning the rogue, mutinous, pirate-like actions of Commissioner Braun in enacting 24-hour emergency variances for the past 2 weeks is not modified behavior, but encouraged bad behavior. And I get the feeling that both Braun and the board were giving marching orders to come to this meeting today and draw this horrible chapter to a conclusion. But I really am stunned by the lack of courage by some people on this board that I really respect. Those of you who know, you have my respect, you know, and those of you who don't, you know as well. But this particular passage in BOC history is very troubling. And I very much will push whoever is the next mayor to make sure that all of the Board of Correction members did not show courage today in standing up to the department and their mutinous emergency declarations very swiftly not asked to return to the Board of Correction position. This is something that we're going to make sure that every new mayoral candidate is fully briefed on. I also want to quickly turn my attention to the rule released yesterday. I think that it speaks volumes that the rule was released to the press a full 7 hours before it was released to advocates. It speaks volumes about the mayor's posture, and it's shameful. We should have at least been given the rule as soon as the press was. If the mayor has nothing to hide and is proud of the rule, then why try and give it to the press before advocates had a chance to even look at it? It just doesn't make sense. I feel like I have met my 3 minutes almost to the mark, and I appreciate you allowing me to speak. I will file my written testimony. Again, this is Kelly Grace Price from Close Rosie's.
Thank you, Grace. Our next speaker is Benny Basio.
I don't believe Benny's in the room, Sam.
Okay, our next speaker is Ashaki Antone.
Good afternoon again. It appears that there is a misconception that hardworking New York City correction officers are criminals. I'm appalled at that derogatory comment that was made earlier. We patrol the toughest precincts in New York City. The reality is that we live, give back to the communities, and socialize in the same neighborhoods of those detained and subsequently released. Every day, we utilize our training, specifically interpersonal skills, to gain the inmates' compliance. Unfortunately, there are times when IPC skills do not work. There are times where inmates' negative response to IPC skills lead to officers being spat on or punched in the face, which has led to serious physical injuries, inclusive of fractures to the facial area, and most definitely there are times where inmates must be held accountable for acts of violence. Nonviolent inmates are bullied daily and viciously assaulted routinely by gang members. Correctional officers and victims of crimes committed in the jails are left with emotional, physical, and psychological scars that remain forever. Again, we are the support and the advocates for the victims. Why is there a lack of concern? Additionally, have any one of you ever been victim of a crime? Well, I have. The Corrections Officer Benevolent Association over the past few weeks have addressed City Hall, the Board of Corrections, the Department of Corrections, and the public about the inhumane treatment that correction officers have been enduring over the past couple of months. Correction officers have been working triple tours outside of emergency situations. No meal breaks, no mental break. Officers are sleeping in their cars. This is a public safety issue. This is a form of slave labor. Where is the outrage? It appears that there is some sort of disparate treatment when it comes to New York City correction officers. Staffing levels in the jails are unbearable. Hiring more correction officers will assist with staffing levels and provide adequate security in the jails. Subsequently, a step in making the jails safer and actually putting security of the jails at the forefront. Let's make that a priority. Lastly, Mr. Cohen, I would like to, I appreciate you acknowledging the fact that we are having a hard time in the facilities in regards to these triple tours. Officers are not going home. Families are being broken. The security in the jails are lax. And we need assistance with that. We definitely need assistance. It puts everyone in jeopardy. Everyone that worked in the facility in jeopardy, including the detainees. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Simone Spring. Okay, I see your hand, Simone.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
I can hear you.
Good afternoon. My name is Simone Spear, and I'm the Jail Services Social Worker at Brooklyn Defender Services. On March 18th, in just 9 days, it will be 1 year since the first person tested positive for COVID-19 in the New York City jails. Over the last year, this pandemic has highlighted the department's inability to keep people safe and to fulfill their basic duty of caring for people in its custody. Every aspect of people's lives has been impacted, from access to clean clothing and PPE to missed legal visits and life-saving medical and mental health appointments. The department has had nearly a year to progress and find meaningful solutions to ensure that all people in custody have access to the resources they need, and yet it feels like we're moving backwards as people consistently struggle to connect with services that they're entitled to. The fear and isolation expressed by people I speak with is palpable. They are scared and feel alone. Some people have been incarcerated throughout the entire pandemic, stripping them of their ability to see their loved ones in person, and as a result, leading to serious mental and physical decompensation. Perhaps the most potent example of this lack of care is seen through the experience of Mr. A. Mr. A has a documented history of depression and suicidal ideation, as well as asthma that requires frequent use of an inhaler. In fact, less than a month ago, Mr. A was placed on suicide watch while in DOC custody. When Mr. A was recently moved from a mental observation unit to general population, he had extreme difficulty accessing CHS staff. Despite repeated written and verbal sick call requests by Mr. A, it wasn't until our office's advocacy that he was finally brought down to the clinic to speak with mental health staff. CHS confirmed that Mr. A actually had multiple scheduled mental health appointments while in this GP unit, but he missed them because he was never escorted to the clinic by correctional staff. The department has the highest ratio of staff to incarcerated people than anywhere else in the entire country, and yet people are denied access to basic liberties with the constant misleading excuse from DOC of, "We just don't have the staff." This is unacceptable and dangerous. All of these services, legal, healthcare, video conferences, recreation, the list goes on, they're supposed to be happening and they are simply not. With the jail population rising every single day, we need to be prioritizing services and forming concrete plans to address these issues. It's been a year of living in a pandemic. No more excuses and no more delays. The department must join other agencies and organizations in the city to think bigger and do better in order to keep people in its custody safe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Simone. Our next speaker is Ms. V. I see you, Ms. V.
You see me?
Yeah, I see
You
you.
can see me? Okay, very good. Peace and blessings once again. This time I'm simply speaking as an individual, Minister Dr. Victoria Phillips, founder of Visionary V, and I'm doing that for a particular reason. Oftentimes, many people cringe when I walk into a room because no one ever really knows what I'm going to say. As an Army brat and freedom fighter, I pride myself on speaking truth, and oftentimes that has even meant sitting at the table with DOC in their headquarters, agreeing with them about something because of my personal experiences of working in DOC facilities in various situations such as nursing, doing cognitive behavioral therapy, even monitoring. And so sometimes that has even upset advocates. So I want the board to really hear me, please. Let me begin by stating I changed my complete statement today that I was going to say based on the things that the commissioner stated earlier. Commissioner Brand's ego did not allow her to hear the praise Chair Austin actually gave her earlier in the meeting. So graciously, even though it was because of her failed leadership over the last 5 years that the discussion actually had to be had in the first place. One of my many titles is being a certified neuroscience leadership coach, and I see definite opportunities to lead in this situation. Commissioner Brand mentioned earlier 5 years ago coming from another agency, that agency being prison, not jail. Her reign has been clear on warehousing individuals she doesn't deem worthy of basic human rights or even considering them guilty before they have been convicted of an alleged crime. She mentioned the agreement being stripped away last month unexpectedly. Yet isn't she the leader of DOC? Isn't she not the commissioner? So she should have been prepared for the variance to possibly not pass. Can everyone mute themselves, please? But the surprise came because she expected you all to once again fall in line. She mentioned protecting people as they sleep. And I've testified on the record in the past of a unit having to bang on their cells because someone was having an asthma attack when the search team had took his pump hours before during the night. Imagine trying to go to sleep after that trauma when no one is there to help you. We talk about COVID, and Commissioner on the record has said how she can't guarantee 50% of the population not being in the house. Well, I have uniformed staff making sure I have direct count sheets to show 49 people, 50 people in units that have vulnerable populations with medical conditions that aren't even being separated for social distancing because that's how much they're concerned about themselves coming to work and being placed in situations like this. And they know I'm going to bring you the truth. You also saw today photos of officers being attacked. But one thing I know for sure is that nothing is ever that cut dry. You must always observe and investigate what occurred beforehand. Sometimes that might be days or even weeks prior. They told you how dangerous the population can be, yet never talked about the conditions or abuse that might occur prior to the incident. I've testified on the record how incarcerated individuals stood in front of me to protect me when a gang-banging officer started a riot. They often leave those truths out. Another reason why they're so adamant on not continuing the advisory board that existed before she came, that I've been a member of from the beginning, is because she's never, ever met with us. Commissioner Pont did several times, and many other things we were able to talk to him about, we got passed. And Commissioner Brand comes to you on the record in City Council and always expects praise from this board, but we created those things. Symptoms of an excessive need for admiration, disregard for others' feelings, and inability to handle criticism or a sense of entitlement. A classic example of a narcissist. She mentioned advocates insulting her and her. I'm not done. She mentioned advocates insulting her and her testimony being harmful to their mental health. But hundreds of people cannot even see mental health providers when they ask for them.
Yeah, please submit your testimony, Ms. V. Your testimony will be part of the record, but we have to be fair and give people equal time, and we have other speakers. So I do appreciate every time you come up and speak, and I appreciate your advocacy. Please submit your testimony. Our next speaker will be Albert Craig.
He's no longer in the room, Sam.
Okay. Our next speaker is Sarita Dafferty. Is Sarita on? Yes, I see. Sarita, you may begin. Okay.
I'm sorry, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. I just said that I will try to be quick. I do hope we can hear the rest of Ms. V's comments, so maybe the remainder of my time can go to her. I am a member of the Jails Action Coalition and a co-director of Freedom Agenda. I'm going to speak quickly because there's a lot of important things that covered both that I wanted to cover prior to the meeting and that came up. Regarding staffing, in no way, shape, or form should this board consider supporting a request for a new class. This department has 8 times the average staffing level of any other jail or prison system in this country. When the commissioner reported on their staffing levels in January, and she talked about all the people who are unavailable to work, there were still 5,800 staff available to work on a typical day with less than that number of people in custody. The problem is not the number of staff. The problem is failed leadership. And in fact, excess staff is their problem. And this relates to the issue of violence. So many people have really spoken to shift, and correct the record about the source of violence. And even Bobby brought this up himself. The Nunes Monitor's report outlines that the staff are driving violence. The staff are defined by the Nunes Monitor as often hyper-confrontational, and cited that overstaffing means that often 30 people are responding to a probe team call that maybe would normally be four to 7 people. We do not need more staff. The staff are driving violence. I thought it was egregious what the commissioner did with her presentation showing pictures of slashings and stabbings. Are they ever going to show you pictures and videos of their own staff assaulting people in custody? We know it is happening on a regular basis. People have reported it today. One example from the reports that were made public this week of staff misconduct, I'll just read you this line. On March 26, 2017, respondent, the officer named, was involved in a use of force against a restrained incarcerated person where he struck said incarcerated person multiple times in the face and upper body. 3 years later, that person was suspended for 14 days, and that person made $132,000 as a captain last year. So will the department show us those videos? I can certainly tell you they will not, but the board should. The board has access to the same video and should be showing what is happening with staff violence and particularly violence against people in custody. The last thing I want to note is around death investigations. So every month we've been requesting that the board complete full death investigations for every death in the department's custody. We learned this week that the board prepared a report about COVID-related deaths, but since December it has remained hidden. And when foiled, the board released a version which redacted all of its recommendations. We're of course left to wonder what is in that report that the board doesn't want the public to see, or who is telling you to keep that information from the public. The board must function as an independent oversight board. That is what the people rely on you to do. People in jails, their family members, the public. And further, you must conduct full death investigations for all deaths in custody and make that information publicly available. Thank you.
Thank you, Serena. Our final speaker is Julia Curbs.
Yes, hello. Can you see and hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hi, everyone. My name is Julia Curbs, and I'm a corrections specialist at New York County Defender Services. I'm here on behalf of my organization today, primarily to echo the sentiments of our colleagues at various public defender offices, advocacy groups, people all over the city who are here to talk about enhanced supervision housing and its negative impacts on young people. We just wanted to emphasize again that, as we're well aware, adolescents are particularly cognitively vulnerable, and ESH housing placements can be extremely traumatizing and cause lasting damage, which is, of course, directly inconsistent with any goals for rehabilitational outcomes. And I think another really important point to raise today is that ESH housing is far from a temporary measure. As with all DOC security related decisions and classifications, ESH is highly restrictive, and it can be exceptionally difficult to overturn those classifications for people who were either wrongfully placed in ESH or who over time would like to be put back into the general population. As an office, we've attempted to advocate on behalf of many of our clients in ESH, and oftentimes it's an extremely opaque process. And despite having people who are young and desperate to get back to general population who have few to no behavioral issues, we're often told it's an internal security classification. And despite attempts at judicial orders or legal teams intervening, there's not much we can do. So it's really concerning when we see clients put in ESH, oftentimes knowing that they may be there for the duration of their incarceration, whether or not it's justified, despite of attempts that we as a legal team make to intervene. So once again, just wanted to emphasize that It's a really serious decision to be making on behalf of clients of any age, incarcerated people of all ages, backgrounds, and mental health conditions. And we really urge the department to end this practice. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public comment period. Just a reminder that the next board's public meeting is scheduled for May 11th at 9 a.m. This meeting will be held via WebEx. Details will be available.
Doesn't there need to be a meeting? Doesn't there need to be a meeting in a week?
Yes, I'm going to get to that. So the next board's meeting will be on May 11th. As stated earlier, we will have two public meetings specifically around the ending of solitary confinement. And I just want to conclude by saying this, and this is something that Martha said earlier in her testimony, was that when we look at where we're at today in New York City jail system, with the ending of solitary confinement for young people, the creation of ESH, the commitment to the young adult plan came about because the voices and concerns of community members, advocates, social service organizations came together and leveraged that voice to call for change. We're at that same moment with ending solitary confinement. We've heard a lot of concern. We are looking forward to hearing your feedback, your options about how we can improve what we put together. At the end of the day, we want to have a system that ends solitary confinement, that does hold behavior accountable, provides a way for people to move back into the general population without creating the harm that solitary confinement causes. So we are looking forward to hearing your feedback, and we're looking forward to charting a course together to end solitary confinement. So I'm gonna, on that, just tell everybody to have a safe day, protect yourself, and we will continue to talk. Take care, everybody.
Thank you. Thanks, Stanley.